The San Antonio Spurs fell hard last night, 116-103 to the defending world champ Boston Celtics. In the Spurs' final game before the All-Star break, De'Aaron Fox led the way with 23 points, while Steph Castle had 20 in the loss. In college football news, the Ohio State Buckeyes are finalizing a deal to hire former Patriots defensive coordinator and Detroit Lions head coach Matt Patricia as the school's defensive coordinator. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
From the studios of San Antonio Sports Star, reaching more sports fans than any station in South Texas. Welcome to the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson. This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. How we doing? Morning Huddle live on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. I'm AJ. And to my left, truly, a man of taste, a gentleman, a scholar.
Go on.
Mr. Rob Thompson. Good morning, Robert.
Enough about me. Vic, what do you think of me?
Enough about
me, AJ. Vic, tell me what you think of me.
You're distinguished.
Thank you.
That's right. That's right.
That's a euphemism for old, but I'll take it.
It is. No, it just means you're old looking.
That's even worse. I don't want that one.
No, not that one.
I sit in front of you, a happy man. I have 4 working pins.
Oh,
Nice.
I can't wait for you to
hand.
lose some of those.
Oh, man. I searched all morning. I dug through my car this morning.
The little things.
You know, speaking of car this morning, I got downstairs
You've had a week, man.
and I was like, oh, it's cold outside. And I got in my car and I was like, it's colder in my car than it is outside my car. And then I'm like, what's going on?
Why was your window open?
Because yesterday was a beautiful day.
Well, you know, it was funny. Yesterday, so you obviously left the house after you got home.
Yeah.
Because I left the studio here, and it was fall. And when I got home, it was summer.
Yeah.
I drove from mist and rain here to blue sky at my house.
You know what? I know.
75. It was the strangest feeling.
I know exactly what it was now. So I have these lockers where if you get a delivery, they put them in this locker. So it's like an Amazon locker, but it's like the UPS, the Postal Service. Everybody puts your stuff in there.
Where you put your code in and you try to guess which way, like a goalie.
Yeah, and then one will just it's like whack-a-mole.
I'm going to lunge right. I'm going right. I hope it's right.
And then one goes, boop.
It's like, Rats! Scored. Just lost the World Cup. Damn.
But I was listening to a podcast or something, and I turned it up and I rolled that window down so I could hear it while I was going to get my package. Mm-hmm. And I guess I just never rolled it back up.
See, for you have the fear of everything in your car being stolen, including your car.
Yeah, there's not much in my car.
No, but you have a nice car, so you don't want to leave your window down. You want to
No.
For me, if I get home and leave my window down, I have the fear of a raccoon sitting in there waiting for me.
I mean, that could happen.
Dude,
Or a coyote?
No, we've got a kind of a ranch truck, kind of a beat up pickup that you used to go haul that's beat to hell. Mm-hmm. That we just kind of park down by the barn. That you got to make sure you shake that thing before you open the door,
because you never know what's in there.
We've had possums in there,
oh
cats.
Lordy!
So leave your windows up around the house.
Do you approach it with a pistol?
Well, I'm serious. You shake that thing if it's in the dark.
Yeah, that's no life for me. I don't need that.
That'll wake you up in the morning.
I don't need a possum in my truck.
Any snakes?
They can't get up on the. Well, there's plenty of snakes.
Okay.
But the
snakes can get wherever
but
they
the
want.
hawks
Don't
and the
believe that.
owls take care of those. I got a whole landscape out there. You can always tell the biosphere by the rabbits. I can tell how things are going by the number of rabbits.
What do you mean by that?
A lot of rabbits means I don't have very many snakes. A lot of rabbits means I don't have any snakes. I probably don't have very many owls or hawks in the vicinity for a while.
Okay.
But then after a while, all the snakes and the hawks realize I have a lot of rabbits, and then the rabbits disappear, and then it's time to put on the snake boots.
Yeah. Owls are terrifying to me.
You only see them at night, and they talk to you when you come outside.
But I've seen owls fall off like...
And then you hear them.
They're way bigger than you expect.
Oh, dude, a barn owl's huge.
And they'll pick up a little dog and take it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Like my wife has a corgi, And like you know, we go someplace. We went to a place. It was her family's place, and they were like, "Don't let him outside at night because the owl come swoop and get him."
You can always tell you've had an owl because you rarely see them. You hear them and you'll hear them fly off. But you'll walk underneath a tree and there'll be like a crushed rat skull, like you could tell it had come from the tree. It's like, an owl's been by.
Owls could kill us if they wanted.
They're big. The ones that at least frequent. There's probably they probably have a territory, and they hunt one until it's done. The one that frequents our area, which I see or hear, or I've seen the remnants about every 3 months, 4 months, is big and loud.
I think if I was an owl, I would kill a person. Just to see if I could do it.
I've never seen it in the light. I've seen it hangs out by my house up above a light post, so the light's beneath it.
Well, even like regular human murderers don't want to kill people in the middle of the day. That's difficult to get away with.
I walk outside, and the thing will talk to me. You can hear it'll like, whoo, and I'll look up, and I can't quite see it because it's above the light on the light post, kind of. And so I just see it, and then you can hear it kind of. You can hear the whoosh as it takes off.
Would you run?
The first time I did. Now it's kind of cool. I tried it. I want to take a picture of it.
Oh man, yeah. If I were an owl, I would go to I'd go to some place where it was kind of dark and there were people coming out at night, like maybe like a shady strip club or a Waffle House.
A Waffle House would be the safest thing.
And I would go down and I would try to take a person.
Well, they'd be impaired, and we'd just say, well, they went to a Waffle House. What did they expect?
Yeah, I would feel bad maybe if I was an owl, like taking a kid. So it would have to be either a small woman or like a little person.
Well, crackhead.
Or
hobos, crackheads.
Now, I could...
you'd be high all the time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's 2 for 1.
Yeah.
The problem with that is you never know. Because if I were an owl and I was going to take a crackhead, you never know if they're wired into the grid.
Well, and then you might achieve full consciousness. Or you might actually make it to north of here.
Yeah, north of Earth.
North of Earth.
Yeah, owls also from north of Earth.
Where are you from? I'm from north of Earth.
North of Earth.
North, huh?
Earth.
Yeah, I've moved
further
here.
north than that.
I moved here from north of Earth.
Where, Alaska? No, a little bit north.
Yeah, way
any further north, dude, I'm going south. You know that, right?
But no, it's different. Way north.
Further north than that.
Yeah, more north than you can imagine. Okay, friend.
All right.
I ain't here to argue with you, especially while you're wired in.
On the way in this morning. So yesterday you meet the one that is at one with the universe and wired in. This morning you meet her husband.
I don't know what was going on. I didn't meet them this time.
You came upon.
But they delayed me, certainly, because some crackhead decided to lay down in the road.
What light was it?
What was that about?
Was it
at a light? No,
this was in the middle. Like how down? So this was military. I mean, Harry Wurzbach.
Yeah. So, but it's before the
school,
before the Eisenhower light.
Okay. Before the Eisenhower light,
after the school.
That's about the right place. Yeah.
And it's like when you're driving in on your left, there's like I don't know what's over there, but it's a big brushy area, and I think there's like a park over there. Or...
Behind it is a cemetery.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe one of the corpses got up and zombied out, or maybe an owl dropped a body there. I don't know. But there was just a dude laying in the street.
Did it appear that they were worried about him, or had they given up?
There were cops, and
were they standing looking over him, or were they kneeling down, actively doing something?
They were trying to get him to move.
Oh, so he was awake.
Awake's a relative term.
Well, I mean, were they frantic, or were they just kind of looking at him like, whatever's, he ain't dying, or he's already dead?
I don't think he was dead.
Okay, and they weren't worried that he was gonna die. He was just laying there in repose.
He was in a position that kept him from moving, and the cops were not persuading him to move.
Uh-oh.
And
maybe he was
it was like, dude, I mean, I sat there maybe 5-10 minutes.
Oh.
And I wanted to like turn around. I was like, can I do a U-turn? But there was one of the medians,
right,
and I was like,
that thing, you'd get stuck in that.
You're stuck.
Yeah, I was like, what are we doing here? Just drag this guy off to the side, please.
Unless you think this is a crime scene, which doesn't appear that it is.
Well, apparently, I don't know what they finally got me waved around, but it's like the things that will slow you down on your way to work in San Antonio, I'm not used to.
You obstruct a hallway, a road, a highway because of your own personal issues, that's you get enough of us, we'll just take you out. That's a fireable offense.
Well,
you need to be X'd out. You are inhibiting the flow of society at this point.
I don't think I would have been mad if the cops had just
rolled him over and
man. All right, dude, this is where you're at now. Good luck.
Good luck. I know you've given up, but these people behind us at the light, they're still trying. You gave up. They're still trying. I'm gonna let them drive near you, around you, maybe over you.
Yeah.
Get up.
Well, alas, that the long nightmare has ended.
You need to start taking the Bat Cave. The Bat Cave entrance is
I swear though, Rob, that
I know it's its own particular idiom of fun.
Man,
between the deer and the homeless.
Yeah, you will
coyotes.
You might ride up on a homeless sex party down under that bridge.
Would you live in one of those houses?
No.
They're random looking houses, right?
No.
Anyway.
I mean, it's super convenient to work, but also I don't want to live in a neighborhood where people lay down in the middle of the road.
There is that.
Only you can do that.
I'm able to do that in my yard late at night.
Yeah, I do that in the living room.
But I clean myself up before sunup.
I mean, my goodness, we gotta have. It's like, hey, hobo, have some decorum. You know, how are you ever gonna get out of this rut you're in?
He's trying to get himself.
If you lay down in the middle of the road, that's not the way to do it.
I'm done. This is all I got.
Not the way to do it.
I'm done. I'm out.
Man, we've got some sporting news to talk about today, including the San Antonio Spurs, who laid down in the middle of the road last night.
They're done. They gave up. I'm out.
They laid down in the middle of the road and waited for someone to roll them out of the way.
And evidently, I missed the best sporting event of the night.
I think you did.
I think I need to focus my sights on something other than basketball this week.
And Alex Bregman has a new home. It is not with the Houston Astros. So we'll talk about that as well. The Morning Huddle on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star traffic from News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. As you head into your early morning commute, for the most part, we are in good shape. Traffic volume still light. Most all our major freeway systems are rolling at posted speeds. Now, we do have this road work on the northeast side in Selma. 35 northbound Olympia Parkway up to Evans. That's going to take you about 40 minutes. Still have the roadway reduced to one lane, so you're going to start to slow down and roll, stop and go, starting right around Thousand Oaks. 1604 eastbound, look out to 35. That's still closed with road work. Delay start at Green Mountain. It's going to set you back about 25 minutes. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. It's Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Get matched to your perfect bed now and sleep at night. Plus, if you see a lower price, they'll match it. Hurry and stop by Mattress Firm to upgrade today. Restrictions apply.
The following is a dramatization.
Davis Law Firm, how can I help?
Hi, I got hurt in a wreck, but I don't know if it's really worth getting an attorney.
Don't worry, you called the right place.
I'm Jeff Davis. At Davis Law Firm, we're here for you 24/7, and you don't pay unless we win. We recently secured a jury verdict for $210 million in a wrongful death case. So if you've been hurt, call us at 444-4444.
Davis Law Firm, San Antonio.
With Target, checking off your Valentine's Day list has never been easier. First, surprise your favorite people with something extra thoughtful, like a soothing candle in a memorable scent, or a decorative picture frame to show off every moment. Both buy one, get one 50% off with Target Circle. And don't forget to treat yourself. Find the sweetest style for your special occasion with 20% off women's dresses now through Friday. This week, find Valentine's gifts for everyone you love, only at Target.
You know the Roo Pub is proven to be the best place to watch games with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. All the games, all the fights, and when you show up at the Roo Pub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Open daily at 11. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and the best place to watch a game. Just down from the big blind, right next to the Angry Elephant. The Roo Pub, 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Trump said no more censorship and immediately called the big boss at iHeart. I said, hey, I want to be the first one to drop an F-bomb on FCC radio.
Right.
And he wrote back, you already have. And he's like, we've got a document of it. But I said, I want to be the first one to do it, Legally.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
The John Clay Wolf Show.
Catch the John Clay Wolf Show Saturdays from 9 a.m. to noon right here on San Antonio Sports Star.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-334-2266. That's 800-334-2266. 800-334-2266.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Rox Discount Vitamins and More wants to thank God and San Antonio for making Rox the king of supplements. Are you losing weight, building muscle, or just getting healthy? Rox has you covered. Weight loss and muscle building packages starting at just $75. Plus, get a free in-body scan in 15 seconds with the In-Body 270 analysis. Start tracking your results today. The pros at Rox know their products, how they work, and what's best for your health and fitness goals. Call 210-342-7625 or visit RoxDiscountVitamins.com.
It's The Blitz with Jason and Joe. Afternoons at 2.
Coming up on The Blitz, we are live at the Rue Pub. It's Desperation Day.
What is Desperation Day?
I don't know. Ask Pledge.
Single guys know what Desperation Day, or single ladies do. Either way, I'm still mad at the NFL for Darren Woodson not getting into the Hall of Fame. We'll talk about it with Hall of Fame voter John McClain. The Blitz live at the Rue Pub starting at 2.
The Blitz with Jason and Joe. Afternoons at 2 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. You're locked on the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
It's showtime!
Rob, can you talk about that on air?
No.
Oh,
no.
God.
No.
What?
Nope.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
That's river rule stuff right there.
This is,
yeah.
I've got real concerns, is all I'm going to say.
Me too, brother. Me too.
I got real concerns.
And that will remain between us.
Okay. Man.
Now you got everybody wondering.
No, I don't continue to wonder. There are some things better left unsaid.
Oh, boy. Oh, no. No. That's okay. Well, the Spurs last night, the good news was if you watched early, you knew you weren't going to have to watch late.
Nope. It was over early.
Jason Tatum and Kristaps Porzingis might have outscored the Spurs on their own. I'm not sure what the final count was. But
Tatum in the first half was alone.
But there was a lot of laughing, and, I mean, it really looked like they were – I mean, it looked like men versus boys. It looked like the first time your son challenges you to Madden.
Pretty much it.
Which happened to me. I made it a point. My son had been practicing Madden, and I made it a point. I said, I'm going to put up 100 on you. And I was like going for 2, and I put up 100 points on him, like kicking onside kicks. I was going to hurt his feelings. That's what it felt like the Celtics did last night to the Spurs.
It's embarrassing to watch a team giggle on the way back.
It really is.
They acted like they were truly on the, that last Friday before the holiday. That's how the Celtics acted. Like, yeah, we're going to have a good time today. We might even lose, but we're going to have some fun. And they giggled all the way through an easy win. And we just, I think that they think they're trying, which is the most concerning thing to me, is that I believe that they think that the effort that they're offering is enough, that they're just not getting the breaks, that they're just, if that shot would fall or if that guy would have helped or if we'd have had the right play, I think they think they're really trying hard, and they're not.
Well, I always default to this. You can pretty much tell if the Spurs won or lost by looking at one stat, and it's their three-point shooting stat. And when you look and see, 9 of 39, 23%, you pretty much know exactly how this game went.
Well, that's a sign of a young team because they watched a team jack up 55. Now, they shot 32%, not much better. But a young team gets trapped like that. They think that's appropriate. They're doing it. We'll do it, too. They get lulled into the game that will get them beat.
Well, by the way, you say it's not much better. 32% is a world better than 23%.
Well, most teams who shoot 55 threes have lost. If you look in the numbers in the world, you see a team jacked up 55. They're probably desperate and behind, but not last night. That was just them having fun.
They were clowning.
Yes, they were just having fun. And as you said, as we got together this morning, that run late third into fourth, that was fake. That wasn't real. That was them letting us do whatever we wanted so they get a chance to go down and showboat on the other side.
Yeah, this was never a competitive game.
We gave up 56 rebounds, 41 defensive rebounds. We gave up 41 defensive rebounds. You know how you rebound, AJ? You stick your butt, no matter how tall you are, into the belly of the closest guy in another color, and then you go get the ball. That's all that is required for rebounding. And if you'll just do that, you will by default land with 35% of the free throws. You don't have to or rebounds. You don't have to jump. If you just turn and stick your butt in, numbers tell us 35% of the balls will land in your hands. And we gave up 56 rebounds.
You know what's really kind of embarrassing about this is the Celtics played without 2 starters.
So while we can giggle and
Jaylen Brown and Drew Holiday, neither one of them played.
But AJ, we only lost by 13.
Yeah,
dude, that was as bad as it can get, and I don't want to have to mull on this over this couple of day break. But if we see Chris Paul start again, if I watch that happen, you're by the I don't care what you say, Mitch. I don't care all the whatever we're talking about, Darren, and all the stuff about. We're tanking. It's over. We already have lit the signal. We've raised the white flag. Ain't no playoffs coming. And if that's the case, okay. But don't feed it to me like we're trying.
No, and again. To me, a lot of this is, I don't know how much of it's tanking versus how much is ineptitude.
Well, that's the frightening part of this, AJ.
Because the truth is, and you know what, we've got some sound we'll play in the next segment. I don't want to start it when we only have a couple minutes left, but the idea that you're willing to tank now after, like, all the moves you made this season tell me you don't want to tank. You bring in Chris Paul and Harrison Barnes, veterans, to help your team along. And if you were tanking, you would have traded them at the deadline.
Right. Blake Wesley and Malik Brennan would no longer be Spurs.
You bring in the prize of I can't even say the prize of the trade deadline because Luka got traded.
Well, I mean, the attainable prize.
Yeah, the reasonable prize of the trade deadline. You had someone raise their hand and say, hey, I want to be a Spur. And you went and traded for him, a guy who's has been an all-NBA type player. You don't do moves like that and then turn around and say, hey, I know you're here now. We're excited to have you. We ain't trying to win.
We're not gonna. You're gonna have fun. You're gonna get 30 a night. In fact, tonight you're gonna go get 30 because that'll help us lose.
But he's been doing that in Sacramento for long enough that that's not what he's looking to do either.
Exactly. So I hope they've had a heart-to-heart because I don't care what they're saying by their actions. This is a lottery ball team.
Oh yeah, I think it is. But I think it might just be the team's not ready. The coach isn't good enough.
Check.
Maybe there's some gelling that has to happen. I get that, but
check. Lack of we're a donut. Check. There's a lot of reasons where you go, well, yeah, I can see it. But even if you weren't trying to tank, I can see why you're losing.
Yeah.
But the one thing that I cannot get past is watching lackadaisical things happen on the court that I know Pop would never allow to happen twice.
Right.
And it happens 3, 4, 5 times. Keldon, if I see you yell at another dude on defense again, I don't care how much of a leader you're trying to be. That's not a good look, brother. You with your hands on your hips looking at somebody praying for the help that you probably shouldn't have needed. That's not a good look, brother.
But I think you summed it up. Like the idea that the Celtics shot 32% from 3. The Celtics had 17 turnovers. This was nowhere near an A-level performance from the Celtics. They were without 2 of their best guys, and they still drubbed you. That is concerning.
Mm-hmm.
That is the Celtics should be better than you. And if both teams play their A game, the Celtics are better than the Spurs.
And they beat you by 20, but if both are playing there, but they didn't even bring their D game.
They played an okay game without a couple stars, and they still obliterated you. That being out rebounded by 18, that's an effort thing.
There's one thing that you can never get past is players know who should be playing. Coaches can tell you who starts, but players know who should be playing. And sometimes it's difficult to admit, but you know that dude should be playing. And players know who should be walking out on the court. Players know who should be closing the game. And you can tell the players that should be ain't.
I don't know. I don't know. Well, I don't know who should be.
Well, I'm being very specific.
You're talking about Chris Paul?
Chris Paul and Steph Castle. 2 things are happening right now, and this is just supposition for me. Steph's reading his press. Steph's no fool. Steph has social media. He is now number 1. He's Rookie of the Year candidate right now. He is leading the rookies in scoring. He's leading the rookies in free throws attempted. He's leading the things that make you Rookie of the Year. And I'm sitting on the bench, and I'm watching stiff-legged Chris Paul run around out there, and I'm glad he's here. And when I'm out there with him, I'm happy, but I need to be out there. Starting, finishing, I don't care. I am a starter in the NBA, and he's watching this.
I get it, but you know what? Chris Paul played the kind of game I want him to play last night, where he's not looking to score. He didn't turn the ball over at all.
No.
8 assists, 0 turnovers.
But are we tanking or are we trying,
That's
AJ?
True. You're right. I don't like Chris Paul when he thinks, I'm going to go shoot a bunch of 3. And he did go 1 of 5 from 3 last night, but it could have been 1 of 9. I like it when Chris Paul just says, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to get my teammates the ball and let them do something. That's the Chris Paul I want. I'm with you. Would I love to see Castle on the floor more, and it's certainly not going to be at the expense of De'Aaron.
No.
So who's it going to be? I guess you could play Paul, Fox, and Castle. That would mean no Devin on the floor.
We've seen that a couple of times over the last couple of games, and I think it's more about getting De'Aaron Fox acclimated. But we don't have the front court depth to even begin to do that and hope to be successful. So if we are headed to the playoffs, we don't do that. If we are not, and if we're not trying, we do what we're doing.
Yeah.
We do what we're doing.
Yeah, I don't understand the direction of this team, and that's why I said we'll play some sound from Mitch on the other side and see if we can parse what the plan is for this team. It's the Morning Huddle on 94.1.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star Traffic from News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. As you head into your early morning commute, for the most part, we are in good shape. Traffic volume still light. Most all our major freeway systems are rolling at posted speeds. Now, we do have this road work on the northeast side in Selma. 35 northbound Olympia Parkway up to Evans. That's going to take you about 40 minutes. Still have the roadway reduced to one lane, so you're going to start to slow down and roll, stop, and go starting right around Thousand Oaks. 1604 eastbound, look out to 35. That's still closed with road work. Delay start at Green Mountain. It's going to set you back about 25 minutes. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radio.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
America's Diamond has never sold lab-grown diamonds, and we warned our clients, friends, and neighbors that wholesale prices would crash to almost nothing. 2-carat GVS2 lab-grown diamonds are currently being traded at wholesale for $264, but some jewelers are still selling them online for $3,000 to $4,000. Repeat, wholesale $264, retail $3,000 to $4,000. Some retailers are selling 1-carat lab-grown diamonds for under $300, and others are giving them away for free with purchase. Lab-grown diamonds are very easy to detect with gemological equipment. Tens of millions of carats are produced in huge factories in China and India, using a tremendous amount of subsidized electricity supplied by coal-burning power plants. America's Diamond has only offered traditional, real, natural earth-grown diamonds that are rare, extremely beautiful, and have had real value for centuries. See our television program tonight on ABC KSAT 12 at 12:35 a.m. or right now at americasdiamond.com.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-694-1010. That's 1-800-694-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. 1-800-694-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Hey you, I knew I'd find you back in the same aisle. What are you looking for today? More fiber, more laxatives, more of the same ways to manage your constipation? Look, if your constipation with belly pain keeps coming back, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. Ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Getting arrested can feel like a sucker punch to the face. Don't accept mediocrity while staying down for the count. Get up and fight for your reputation and your future. At Barton & Associates, we have a stable of hard-hitting and aggressive lawyers ready to get your life back on track. Call Barton & Associates at 210-500-0000. That's 210-5-MILLION. Or visit TexasArrest.com. Barton & Associates, we are here to get your life and reputation back.
Principal Office, San Antonio.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refund has belonged to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls?
I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Transform your water with Kinetico. For a limited time, receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station, $400 off with trade-in, and 0% interest for 12 months with approved credit. Don't wait. Offer ends soon.
Call 656-PURE, Kinetico.
This is Jason Minix from The Blitz. You're listening to 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
All right. Morning Huddle 94.1. Here you go. Good job, Vic. Probably good job, Edwin, actually printing this out for me. Helps me some.
What is it? What do you like?
The
cut sheet?
The post-game sound from Mitch. I guess we'll get to we'll play the post-game sound, and then I want to get to the sound that about like what is to come. So here's Mitch saying what he thought went wrong against Boston last night. And this clip is not nearly long enough. I can tell you now, it's 34 seconds.
I think our physicality or lack thereof to start the game and resistance was apparent. And they make shots regardless. So when you don't have that resistance and physicality, you can have a quarter like that against them. And then on the other end, same thing. We just didn't get any pressure on the rim, no paint touches. Didn't set good screen angles, didn't roll, didn't try to get to the paint for a teammate. A lot of things that we preached and a lot of things that when we've had rough patches, they've been a common theme. So we need to improve in some of those areas. So we try to mitigate some of that.
Dude, let me tell you something. I don't know why I'm not the GM of the Spurs. We lack physicality. Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, you're
good eye, coach. Good eye.
Your big man weighs like $140. Like,
I'm glad you noticed. I thought it was just me. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything
that's
else
why
you noticed went wrong?
Like, hey, find someone who can do big man things, bully things. Yeah. Like when all of your guys are light in the pants, it's not a surprise that you're getting pushed around.
And that's not Mitch's fault.
No, but it's like. You don't have to tell me that.
Well,
we got out-physicaled.
Yep. Yes, we did.
Yeah.
You're exactly. And the resistance you spoke of, you're right. There was none of that either. There was none of. You're right. No resistance. And that's right. Our defense, we weren't on a string. We didn't help each other. No, we didn't do that either. You're right. Keep going. You named all the problems. I'm glad you noticed them.
Well, he didn't mention that we suck at shooting and we shoot a lot.
Shooting comes and goes. It does.
When's it coming, Rob?
Well, there's that. And some of that is scheme. Some of that is, youth. But
some of it is having good shooters.
If you're a coach and you get hung up on made shots and missed shots, you're going to die an early death. You really will. That is literally the one thing the best coaches have come to realize after a period of time. 50% is really good.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So if you live and die by the shot made or miss, you can live and die by selection, and that's equally as galling last night. So if you're going to be mad, don't get mad at the missed shots. Be mad at the shots that they decided to take, and you should be even madder at that because young teams get lulled into doing the things that are the worst for them. And the Celtics lure great teams into jacking up too many threes.
Okay.
We're already bad at it, so stop it.
I get what you're saying. But also, like, when I was coaching baseball, and this wasn't the way that I like to coach, but imagine I'm a coach who believes in small ball. I believe in bunting and stealing bases, and then I look over at my team, and I see a bunch of big fat kids.
Right, and you're like, well, I got to adapt my scheme.
You would think, but the Spurs look over, and they see a bunch of guys who can't shoot and go, you know what? We're going to shoot,
We're going
baby.
to shoot.
Like, I'm going to bunt with that fat kid. And then I'm going to have him steal if he does happen. It's like, it's crazy.
But the variation is 4 shots fall last night. Suddenly they're up in the realm where you go, okay, you can justify 33%. So, I'm never going to quibble about missing shots. My life's too short. I'll bench you. I'll cut you for the shot selection. I will never bench you. Now, I might bench you for taking too many in a row or something like that. But literally, I can't. I can only coach you to get to the water. I can't make you drink. The drinking stuff is the hours that we spend in the gym in the summers and all that other kind of stuff. These are pros. Hit your shots. Hit your shots. You're a pro.
But isn't it at some point Mitch's job to say,
stop shooting from there. Stop shooting from there. Or realize good to better, better to best. Yeah, you got the shot, and most of the times I'd be happy. Maybe you look over to your right. Look, maybe we run a play or do something to kind of shake the apple cart, which is the sign of a young team being coached by a committee. The decisions take too long to be made. Timeouts seem to take too long to be taken. Substitution seems to take an extra couple of seconds apart from the standard 2, 8, and 10-minute subs, which are coming like clockwork whether needed or not. So it's just all these things that go, well, what are we doing here? Why are we trying? Because I got the sense last week that we kind of fast-forwarded the things, that we brought in a guy who I just noticed was capable of going getting 30 anytime he wants, not even knowing the play. So I do know we're capable of going and doing some things differently, but we're not acting like we're doing anything differently. This is the same team that lost by 25 a month ago.
Well, Mitch wants to assure you that there's no fast-forwarding. There's no skipping steps, even now that De'Aaron Fox is here.
I think the team has made tremendous strides in their consistency and their maturity and trying to play and execute in what we ask, and I think that's going to be the continued goal. And I think anytime you improve, expectations come with that. I think anytime you add a good player, expectations come with that. And I think that we will be stubborn and not skipping steps and trusting that we're going to go about this the right way while also being maniacally about trying to win and compete.
Maniacally.
While being maniacally?
I think that's
a weird thing to say. I don't like that. When he says not skipping steps, even though people expect you to do this when you get a good player, we're not going to skip steps. What does that mean to you? Like,
that's process speak. That's Philadelphia 76ers Brett Brown speak. Trust the process speak. The process, if you're in a process, never freaking stops.
It really doesn't.
I have some friends that are in the construction business. And when the job is done, I'm talking about on the macro level, building highways and all. You know when the job is done? When the money runs out.
Yeah.
That's when the job's done.
Yeah.
And if you still got money, I still got work to do.
When the people with the money say, hey, man, you
guess
guys
what?
Stop working.
That's
we're
it.
done.
Oh, guess what? We're done. Congratulations. We finished.
Okay.
The process.
They just told us we're done.
That is process speak. That is the worst nightmare. Because once you get stuck in that paradigm, there's always an excuse for failure.
Yeah.
And once you get stuck in, that's just part of the process.
We're on our way there.
We're learning our lesson, and that was a hard one learned today, boys. But we'll get at it tomorrow because the process continues. Hell no. There has to be a finish line. This is where we're going. And guess what? We just had a clean pass of the baton. Now we're halfway through the race and haven't made a mistake. Let's try to win this, or at least try to compete.
Any of that talk is like, it's Pittsburgh Pirate talk. It's Carolina Panther talk. And I don't want the Spurs to fall into that trap. Like that's okay.
We're not going to skip a step, AJ. We're going to do what is necessary. Yeah, you're right. But every now and then you can take 2 steps at a time when you're running up the stairs. Yeah, every now and then you can do that. It's okay.
It's okay. Here's Mitch talking about how he feels about the team so far since De'Aaron's shown up.
I think we have to, evaluate this small sample size, but things that we've seen, things that we've learned. It's hard, we just go into game after game right now, so we're trying to do things on the fly. But I think to be able to catch our breath and really dig in to see what we want to invest our money into for the final third of the season. Doesn't mean it's right, but at least we'll have some time to make some decisions.
Money meaning time and minutes and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, in combinations. Yeah, we have a unique blend of roster and people that we're trying to play, and sometimes one person that goes in here affects the whole ecosystem of everybody else. And so whether that's us putting better combinations together, putting them in better environments, and the guys also really committing to wanting to play for each other, understanding that there's a lot of minutes and shots that have to be dispersed, and those shots are always better when guys get to the paint and we make connecting plays.
All right, there's a lot to break down out of that. So let's hit a break. When we come back, we'll dig into what that says, and we'll continue that conversation. It's the Morning Huddle. I got to tell you guys about Cerebral, and Cerebral is an official sponsor of the San Antonio Spurs. They just like athletes prioritize their health, mental health is just as important, and Cerebral is there to help you build a strong foundation for your overall well-being. If you're one of these people who tends to take notice of everything that's going on around you, and you say, oh, man, the world's falling apart, this is terrible, or, Charlie got a new job and a hotter wife than me and a nicer car, this sucks, my life is terrible. Quit worrying about everything that is out of your control, and imagine if you spent 45 minutes focused on you, just on you, how good you'd feel. And at Cerebral, they make it easier than ever to access dedicated therapists and doctor-prescribed medication personalized to you, and they do it on an in-network basis, so you can focus on feeling better without worrying about the cost, because insurance is going to take care of it. If you're dealing with stress or anxiety, you want to just be more present or focused around your family or at work. You want to sleep better. You want to do better in your relationships. You're dealing with a life transition. You've lost someone, whatever it may be. Taking care of your mental health has to be a priority. And if you haven't tried Cerebral, now might be the time to do it. Because like I said, they make mental health care easy, accessible, and more affordable. So take that first step today. Visit Cerebral.com to see how affordable and accessible mental health care can be with your insurance. Cerebral, make time for mind time.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors, and more. Save now at Dell.com/deals.
Take the guesswork out of buying and selling your home with Orchard. Hi, Jason Minix here from 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Will your home sell in time? Which upgrades are worth it? Can you keep your home show ready with a busy life? Orchard has all the answers. With Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you can buy your new home before selling your old one. It's simple. Orchard gives you an equity advance, unlocking cash to buy your new home first. That's right, you don't have to wait for your old place to sell. You can move in right away, and no more rushing out for showings or constant cleaning, because Orchard sells your old home after you've settled into your new home. Orchard even handles repairs and improvements at no out-of-pocket cost to you. Their local pros know which upgrades bring you the most money, so you sell for top dollar. Buy before you sell and skip the selling hassles with Orchard. Start your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Hi, everybody. Joe Reinagle here for the Golf Club of Texas. I absolutely love the Golf Club of Texas. They've made so many improvements to the golf course, from brand new cart paths to resodding the greens and fairways. You might think it's a private club, but it's not. It's open to the public 7 days a week. Best rates are always online at golfclubtexas.com. That's golfclubtexas.com. The Golf Club of Texas, you know where it is, right there off Briggs Ranch Road off Highway 90. The Golf Club of Texas is the friendliest golf course in Texas.
Don't let pain hold you back from living your best life. I'm Dr. Jason Garrett with Arasti. At Arasti, we're dedicated to providing fast, effective relief from pain. Whether you've been dealing with a chronic discomfort for years or have recently suffered an injury, our goal is to help you recover quickly. Our treatment is all natural, non-invasive, and covered by most insurance plans. With convenient locations nearby, relief is just a call away. Visit Arasti.com. That's AIRROSTI.com. Arasti, we fix pain fast.
The Blitz is going to Vegas. Come along for an unforgettable Mega March weekend at Circa Las Vegas, March 27th through the 30th for opening day and the second weekend of the tournament. Thursday, March 27th, celebrate the start of the baseball season and watch all the games at the world's largest sports book, plus the ultimate March Hoops experience. Take in the action in the 6 pools and the 143-foot screen at Stadium Swim. Book now and use promo code BLITZ at circalasvegas.com. And join Jason and Joe at Circa Resort and Casino.
Guys, if you're not feeling like yourself anymore, testosterone therapy may be the answer. Look for the VIP treatment like you'll get with the TRT experts at Synergenics Testosterone and Weight Loss. Synergenics has over a decade of TRT experience. Book your appointment at synergenicshealth.com.
This is Andrew Monaco, and the Aggies play here. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
I'll take you to the candy shop, Vic. Let you lick the lollipop. Whoa. Yeah.
Uh-oh. There he is.
What? Oh. Oh. How do you want it, Vic? Should I push up on it?
No. No. Sorry.
All right. So before the break, we were hearing from Mitch Johnson, and he was talking about taking a look at how they want to invest. He said invest our money, but what he meant was basically he's talking about from a minute standpoint, how much do we want to play these guys down the stretch, which makes me think that they haven't decided what they want to do yet, which is weird.
What do you mean they know? I mean, what's going on here is they're saying one thing and doing another. What kind of things did we see last night that tells you what he said the process involves versus what they did? By my numbers, Biyombo didn't play, Brenham didn't play, Mamu didn't play, McLaughlin, new guy, didn't play, Blake Wesley didn't play. So those guys never play. There's a graveyard. We're not pulling guys out of the graveyard to see if they can make it. We're just playing the same dudes in weird ways. Jeremy Sohan, I know we're a donut, but he's basically our backup center.
Yeah.
So there was a time last night where we had Kristaps Porzingis, who is a straw man too. I'm not saying he's Shaq in the paint, but when you put him on Keldon or Devin after down picks, it's not possible to stop him. I don't care how big of a stick man he is. So you can tell me this, but by your actions, it's that. You're not doing this. I don't see. Are we deciding on whether Jordan McLaughlin's going to be? Did he affect the ecosystem when he arrived other than finding another seat in the graveyard? I mean, if we're truly aiming for something, I haven't even seen McLaughlin play. I'd like to see a little bit more of that. Now, I tell you this, I don't need to see any more of Malachi or Blake. I know what I got there.
That's kind of where I'm at. It's like, the guys that you know, those guys aren't going to be in your ecosystem long term. Don't waste time with them.
Yeah, I don't mind not seeing them. You can tell me that's part of the process, and I'm down. I figured that out.
There's going to be some rookie replace him next year. That's fine.
But if we're truly looking at, I don't see us putting guys in unique situations and finding perfect times to try this thing. It might be happening, maybe. But if it is happening, don't tell me that we are playoff bound, that we're trying to win every game.
Because you can't have it both ways.
You don't get that. If you're not 100% winning, you're tanking. That's it's not the Ricky Bobby thing. It ain't first, you're last. But when we're talking about this kind of situation where the difference between playoffs and a lottery ball is a millisecond, you're either all in or you're out. There's no in between on this. So you either we're playoff bound, and guys that make mistakes sit and watch, and guys that are going to try to do it get to play, or we're not, and we're going to go through another training camp for the next 6 weeks. Yeah. One or the other.
And you mentioned Biyombo. I don't think Biyombo's ever going to play a game for the Spurs.
I don't either. He's here to beat up the guys in practice. Let's be real about that. That's why he's here, to impart knowledge, sit on the bench, act the way a pro should act, and when it comes time to practice, act like the other dudes. That's why he's here.
Do you know when the last time Bismack Biyombo played in a regular season game was?
The last time I saw him, I believe they were carrying him off the court because he passed out. Literally. I think he passed out on the court because he was in the midst of a Ramadan-type fast, and he left on a stretcher, or at least carried out. And that was, 2 years ago?
It was April of last year. Yeah. He played a game. That's the last time we saw him in a regular season. So don't expect anything from him. But he's not part of your future. I'm with you. I think Blake Wesley and Malachi, those guys aren't part of your future. I don't know what Jordan McLaughlin is. I'd like to at least kick the tires on him and see, because you know what? There's one thing that jumps out to me about Jordan McLaughlin.
He can shoot.
He can shoot. And this team is bereft of guys who can do that. So, let's see.
And if you're going to get your ass kicked like last night, at least use it to your advantage.
Right.
I mean, at least run some practice plays. And we didn't do that last night because we got lured into the fool's gold that we were actually coming back on a team that was actually playing with us. We were the mouse to the cat that they're like, no, I'm not going to kill you yet. I'm going to play with you. And we thought we were surviving.
And playing Victor Wembanyama 36 minutes in a game last night that was not competitive at all is malpractice. Like, he's clearly gassing out. Like, why?
Well, let's look at this. So, on the guys that played last night, and you figure, okay, it's kind of positionless basketball, but it's not. You still got to have a big man, 5'4", whatever you. So, Wemby plays 36 minutes. Jeremy, because, he's not big enough to guard Porzingis, got 13. That's our backup post. We gave up 56 rebounds for a reason.
Yeah.
13 minutes from Jeremy. Now, he ain't the best, but he's all we had. We didn't even have him.
Didn't even try it.
Well, Mitch didn't, and maybe that's the ecosystem we're talking about. But if that's the ecosystem to give up 56, tell us.
All right. Well, we got one more thing I want to talk about with the Spurs. We'll do that next. Morning Huddle 94.1.
When you think San Antonio sports, think 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Your home for the Cowboys. KTFM Floresville and SASportsStar.com.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. It's Mattress Firm's President's Day sale. Get matched to your perfect bed now and sleep at night. Plus, if you see a lower price, they'll match it. Hurry and stop by Mattress Firm to upgrade today. Restrictions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery. Ends President's Day. Exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Buyers Barricades is proud to provide traffic control, rental, and sales for work zones and events in the San Antonio area and beyond. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more online at buyersbarricades.com. That's buyersbarricades.com.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
It was a good game.
It was a good game. It really was fun to watch.
But it's funny hearing JD's comments.
At some point, somebody pointed at another player, and that's a penalty. He didn't flip him off. He didn't call his mother a name.
He knocked him 6 feet down the field and then pointed at him. That's taunting.
Football is gay. I'm just saying.
The John Clay Wolf Show.
Catch the John Clay Wolf Show Saturdays from 9 a.m. to noon right here on San Antonio Sports Star.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 $40, and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-694-1010. That's 1-800-694-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. 1-800-694-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star Traffic from News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning as you get into your early morning commute on 1604 eastbound from Lookout over to 35. This road work, it's closed in that area. Traffic is stopped from Judson Road. Now they are diverting traffic onto the frontage road. It's still going to take you 45, 50 minutes to get through. Now this road work 35 northbound Olympia Parkwood Evans, that is now in the clearing stages. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
San Antonio Sports Center.
The San Antonio Spurs fell hard last night, 116-103 to the defending world champ Boston Celtics in the Spurs' final game before the All-Star break. De'Aaron Fox led the way with 23 points, while Steph Castle had 20 in the loss. In college football news, the Ohio State Buckeyes are finalizing a deal to hire former Patriots defensive coordinator and Detroit Lions head coach Matt Patricia as the school's defensive coordinator. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
From the studios of San Antonio Sports Star, reaching more sports fans than any station in South Texas. Welcome to the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson. This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Roll it on through on a small Friday here on the Morning Huddle. 94.1. We'll have some Los Lonely Boys tickets coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Man, we're giving away a lot of Los Lonely Boys tickets.
It's going to be a good show. And by
We're
the
such
way,
nice people.
If you look on the calendar and go, oh, it's Sunday night, a lot of y'all are off Monday. It's a federal holiday.
Oh, including us, by the way.
Yes.
So if you're going to wake up on Monday and turn on your radio and say, oh, I'm going to listen to good old Rob and AJ.
Won't have us to kick around.
Nope, we won't be here. Vic ain't even going to be here tomorrow.
No.
It's Vic's anniversary. He's got he's got to do whatever he can to get that sex. Vic loves.
Tomorrow's Valentine's Day.
I know. That's what.
A lot of people are prepping tonight.
There's
going to be a lot of hair in the sink tonight.
You got to do anything?
Are you kidding?
You got to do anything for Valentine's Day?
I don't need to trim the hedges. What?
You got to do anything for Valentine's?
I'm going to have to tomorrow night because Saturday I don't think I'll be able to.
So what's your game plan?
We're pretty low key on these things. Normally we go out early, hit a happy hour, and kind of
in bed by 5.
Well, try to be doing something. But
I got an awesome text from my wife last night. She said, "Hey, just checking. We're not doing anything for Valentine's, are we?" And I was like,
well, we're 1,000 miles apart. So.
I was like, no, and she was like, good, because I don't have time to send you something now. And I was like,
the gift thing.
Gotta love marriage.
Yeah, I mean, every now and then we surprise each other. But it's not an expectation.
My wife and I, we got together before I had really realized a bunch of success in radio. So I was
every radio guy starts poor. We're all dirt poor.
Yeah,
every
I
one
was
of us.
Poor.
Oh yeah, we sacrifice money for a little bit of mic time.
Yeah, and So when we struggled early on, and we decided, hey, rather than like go out on Valentine's Day, let's do this. Let's plan on, we just treat Valentine's Day like a normal day, and then if Valentine's Day was Thursday, next Thursday, let's go out and
do it without the crowd.
We'll have a meal without the crowd.
No, I agree.
The prices will be lower. You can bring me flowers on that day. Flowers will be $15 cheaper, and so we kind of stuck with that even when
that's an adult move.
When I stopped being in poverty.
Now the expectations have risen? Or
no, she's still kind of down with it.
Jason Minnick's wife, lovely woman, really is wonderful, tells him, don't ever buy me flowers. What a monumental waste. If you want to buy me a plant, maybe, but don't buy me flowers. I mean, they're gone in a week. I know how much it costs. I know the expense they're going through it. There's just no point to it.
Yeah.
So, and my wife likes them, but she's never expected Valentine's Day stuff ever.
You know what, my wife, she does not like me to buy her expensive flowers for that very reason, but she's like, she taught me this. You can go to Trader Joe's and get like a full bouquet of flowers for like $9.
Welcome back to Texas. HEB, they'll run out to your car with them in their hands. They've got everything you're required right there.
But it's like $9 for a full bouquet.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, yeah, I'll do that.
That's the smart move. So, yeah, our Valentine's Day is a lot less. Now, when you're dating, of course, you need to go all out. You're showing off your feathers. But once you're married and you're comfortable, there's no need to do anything extravagant, crazy. But I do like the happy hour. I do like the idea of the romantic day. So we'll treat it as such. But I ain't going nuts.
No. What about March 14th? Do you guys do anything for that?
March, is that? Oh, yeah. I try every year.
Yeah.
I've efforted.
When she's sleeping
I normally
or what?
get some scotch, but I don't get the other stuff.
Oh, okay. I was like, when she's asleep, is that when you try?
Get off me. What the hell's going on? You don't know what day it is?
I can't breathe.
It's 12:01.
It's our big day. It's 12:01. That's the best.
12:01.
Rise and shine.
Guess who's up?
I hate you.
What the hell's going on over here? I told you to mark your calendar.
And honey, is this a Salisbury steak? Yes.
Yes, it is.
That's what you get for waking me up at 12:01.
I'll eat the steak, but guess what's next? Hey, I didn't make the holiday.
Yeah,
I just
Hallmark did. Blame Mr. Hallmark.
As appropriate.
All right. Last of this Mitch sound I wanted to play. He's talking about, and he talked a little bit about this in the last clip that we played, but this one is more locked in on it. And he's talking about finding the balance between winning games right now and assessing for the future.
It's a balance, and that's what we're going to do. We're trying to win games, and we're trying to get people better, and we're trying to learn about our guys and move this thing forward in the right way. And we're not going to do anything that we don't feel like is moving towards the right way.
Okay, so here's my question. Okay. Is he talking about with this team, or is he talking about organizationally, like we're going to try and make sure that we've got a chance to get a decent player in the draft? Like what's he saying exactly?
Well, listen, think about the situation that Mitch finds himself in. Because you want to talk about a tightrope that he has to walk. Because he's coaching for a team that he is very likely not to have a big role in when a new coach arrives.
That's I can't imagine Mitch thinks he's the future of this organization.
I can't imagine unless there have been absolutely ironclad assurances. So you've got Mitch dealing with that. Well, how about everybody to his right? All those guys probably ain't going to be here either. If, in fact, we do have a new administration. Right. And I just have to go, right now, the preponderance of the evidence tells me, yes, we will. So they've got that problem. So if they're coaching for next year, what exactly is your plan for next year? And what's my plan for next year might be entirely different. So we're dealing with that. I don't think there's anything disingenuous going on. But when you talk about, we're finding out guys and this and that, I think the coaches are certainly under scrutiny. But more than that, where's the variation? So last night, what did we see? If by what he told us, last night what we were to watch was when Wemby needs some help, when he's not in there for that ridiculous amount of minutes, who's going to be in there able, capable, on our roster right now to at least try to impede them from pulling down 100 rebounds? So what would be the plan? Maybe it's to play one of your backup centers, Mamu or Jeremy. Well, Mamu didn't play.
Right.
At all. You want to talk about on-off, he's either all in or all out. I think he was the first sub off the bench last game, so he didn't play at all. So, okay, maybe it's to see how Jeremy Sohan now competes at the big. He played 13 minutes. So what we were trying to find out was, can Devin Vassell defend Kristaps Porzingis after a high pick and roll? I can tell you the answer before that goes in. No, that's not going to work. Can Keldon do it? No, that's not going to work. And the good news was we can go out there and not have to worry about a Jaylen Brown or Drew Holiday. We didn't have to worry about them.
Didn't even have to think about those guys.
And we still couldn't figure it out. So what exactly were you telling me? What was in the hierarchy of this process? Where were we last night? And more importantly, what did we learn?
Yeah, how did we advance? Did we
move the ball forward an inch last night by finding out that no, Devin Vassell cannot defend a 7'4" guy on a rolling pick?
Congratulations.
Oh, okay.
You've discovered fire.
Well done. Okay, let's mark that off the list. We don't have to do that again. We know the answer. So I get what you're telling me. But if we are doing that, I don't even get the attempt, the try. Part of the process is the process doesn't even make sense.
It also makes me wonder, because a reasonable person in Mitch's shoes would be like, I've got to really prove myself here. And he's saying all these things like, almost like it doesn't matter what happens this year as long as the process gets better. Like he's got the job.
Or at least we'll return to where he was once the administration returns. You're like, I'll just move back over. But
let's also consider the administration might never return. And if it doesn't, then what do we do with Mitch?
Well, what are we planning for? Because our plans might be very different from the next coach. So if we're playing to build a process that will be in place next year, I don't even think the coaches that are going to administrate the process are going to be here. Now, the administration might be here, and they might hire a coach that's angled in the same direction. But I guarantee you, anybody that steps in and sits in that chair will do things what will feel remarkably different than anything the Spurs have experienced, because we've been doing the same crap. We've been doing the same very successful thing for 30 years.
There's also, again, and this is something that maybe Pop could have done, and I don't think Mitch can, is if you realize they're having their way at the bucket, like you've just got to tell Wemby, hey, dude, you're playing different tonight. You have to play like you're a 7'5" guy tonight. Like we need you to do this. And I know, like, I'm not saying you're going to do this every night. We need you to do this tonight.
And the funny thing is, AJ, did you see what Porzingis did last night? Porzingis got big last night.
Yes.
Porzingis decided, you know what? It's a matchup against a dude that's as tall as I am. Let's see who's got it.
And why do you think he did that? Because he knew Wemby's not that. He doesn't like to do it.
Right.
And I know it sounds like I'm talking about 1985 NBA, but at some point, like if there's just easy baskets to be had, you need someone to go down there and bang bodies, and the Spurs just lack that guy. And you can say, well, Jeremy Sohan does that. If Jeremy Sohan were 7 foot tall, I wouldn't be saying these things. Jeremy Sohan can't bang with, a real NBA big.
And it's not his fault. No. It's his body. He's just not built for it.
It's organizationally a flaw. It's no fault of Sohan, and it's really no fault of Wemby, because I think when they drafted Wemby, they knew that he didn't like that. And even if they did know, it's not like they weren't going to not draft him because of that. Wow. But you have to build your roster to not just roll over and die when the other team has a 7-footer that plays like a 7-footer.
And won't do it because, we're part of the process. He's still growing. Next year, we're going to teach him to play or force him to play in the paint. But right now, the process tells us stay out and take threes because that's part of your development.
It just feels like it's such a Gen Z team.
It's a process talk. Well, he's not ready for it. Well, then if he's not ready for it, don't tell me we're trying to win, because you can't do both. You can't not do the things you need to do to win and say, well, we are trying to win. Well, if we were trying to win, you'd be down there in the paint leaning on him, and he'd foul out. I mean, that's what teams that are trying to win
Claymore says, what were y'all expecting last night? Dude, here's the thing. I wasn't expecting them to beat the Celtics. The Celtics are one of the best teams in the league. But to act like the Celtics missing 2 of their starters should out-rebound you by 20 rebounds, that just means you didn't try that hard. And the Spurs' effort is really kind of what I questioned from last night more than anything. Yeah. Because the Celtics were joking around. They were playing with you. And there was no fight back. And also, don't sit in the post-game press conference and say, we just want to see what we've got in our young guys. We want to check out who's going to be playing minutes. And then play the same old guys all the time.
And pull one of the young guys out who didn't play at all. And the other dude played 13 minutes. And You're speaking out of both sides of your mouth, and I'm not mad at the fact that we didn't fast forward. We just happened to get a guy a lot sooner than we thought we'd get him, and we're still going to go through it. Okay, we're going through it, but I'm starting to get the sense with every passing day. Once we get through it, we're going to start anew with a brand new coach and ideas where we're going to have to go through another process because we're not doing what we need to prepare ourselves to win now. So if that's where we are, I'm down with it, but do what you're telling me you're going to do. And if we're trying to learn more about it, maybe I should see more Blake Wesley. I feel like I know him, but maybe I should. I do know this. I need to see more Mamu unless the decision is made. And if you have already decided, I should never see him again.
Yeah.
One or the other.
But also, you kind of made the decision that he is, I guess, sort of the backup when you didn't go out and get another big.
Well, then explain to me how he's the first off the bench on Tuesday and
then
DNP CD on Thursday.
I don't understand that. And quite frankly, if you were going to trade Zach Collins, you should have just assumed that, hey, man, we're going to –
guess what? You got some work to do. And you might get roasted. You're going to get beat. You're going to get burnt. You're not going to like it, but you're going to play a lot.
And, dude, and quite frankly – games like this where you're getting your ass kicked, these are the games where I want scrubs to play a bunch of minutes. At
least they'll try.
If this were a playoff game, okay, I see you grind your guys into dust trying to get a win. This is a game before the All-Star break. Dude, sit Wemby, sit Castle, sit Harrison Barnes, who's played a lot of minutes this year too.
He had 30 last night, 30 minutes last night.
Sit those guys, save them for if and when games matter. And if you want to give Blake Wesley 8 minutes last night, 10 minutes, cool. That's the night to do it. You weren't going to win that game anyway. So why grind Wemby and these guys into dust when you're not winning?
Because Coach got lulled into the same thing the players did. They believed they had a chance.
That was such fool's gold. Such fool's gold. All right, let's hit a break. We'll be right back. Morning Huddle 94.1. I got to tell you guys about John Hicks. And when you're dealing with baby mama drama, you're looking at a divorce, or you've got to deal with child support, or maybe a custody battle. You need someone in your corner who understands what it's like, and John Hicks is that. This isn't some silver spoon lawyer. He's one of us, man. He's a veteran, 6 years in the Marine Corps, 2 decades at the San Antonio Fire Department, and that experience gives him a unique mindset when it comes to representing clients. And he understands that your money matters to you in this time. You know, you're going through this big life change. Every dollar counts, and that he plays it as such. That means flat fee work. With a regular lawyer, with most lawyers, you give them a retainer, and they call you when the money's all used up. And they say, hey, man, you need to give us some more money. And you say, well, what have you guys done? Well, we're working on it. With him, it's a flat fee. He'll tell you, I'm going to get you from point A to point B. It's going to cost you this much, and that's how much it costs. And on top of that, gives you the option of a payment plan if you don't have the cash up front. Guys, if you're dealing with these things, you want someone in your corner who's been there. That's John Hicks. Give him a call, 210-985-8330, or check him out online, jhickslawfirm.com. It's a free consultation, 210-985-8330 for attorney John Hicks.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone, up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard, so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Were you uninvited to game night? Do you play board games with the ferocious intensity of an iron-fisted oligarch? Have friends left game night asking, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Right now, during Mattress Firm's President's Day sale, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or mattressfirm.com for details.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
With Target, checking off your Valentine's Day list has never been easier. First, surprise your favorite people with something extra thoughtful, like a soothing candle and a memorable scent, or a decorative picture frame to show off every moment. Both buy one, get one 50% off with Target Circle. And don't forget to treat yourself. Find the sweetest style for your special occasion with 20% off women's dresses now through Friday. This week, find Valentine's gifts for everyone you love, only at Target.
Looking to sculpt, tighten, or refresh? Dr. Connie Hires Plastic Surgery and Med Spa does it all. Awake lipo, tummy tucks, fat reduction, microneedling, and more.
Thinking about implants for your wife? Dr. Hires specializes in breast augmentation for women and reductions for both men and women. Get the results you want with expert care. Call 210-494-8446 or go to findyourbeautiful.com to start your transformation today. Use code word BLITZ for exclusive discounts.
If you missed the Blitz with Jason and Joe, then you missed this.
He's going to have some excuse not to be able to play this Saturday. It'll be something that you go, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
You've got to go do that instead of go play golf?
Yeah.
Wine tasting?
No, something that I think is a complete waste of time.
You can't say that.
These damn kids today.
Kinder reveal?
Yes!
Right home with the Blitz. Afternoons 2 to 6 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. It's the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
I see what's going on here on the Brigade Bar.
What's happening on the bar?
Claymore's like, don't listen to these guys about Valentine's Day, Brigade Bar. Not everybody's woman
Claymore's
is the same.
a lover. He's right. Read your room, man. Know the temperature of the room.
But also, Claymore, you're a grown-ass man. You ain't going to let your woman bully you about some Valentine's Day chocolates or something. Well,
it depends on how long it's been.
Yeah.
I can be bullied.
Not me.
I can.
I stand my ground.
Oh, I become a quivering ball of jelly.
That's the power of me being down here with no sex for thousands of miles away.
I am a captain of my id. I'll do just about anything.
I can say, you know what? Listen, you come down here, it's a different conversation. You're in the room with me.
The world changes when the possibility is imminent. Do just about anything. Paint the house. I'll be right back.
And go grab my brush.
I'll be right back, baby.
Who am I kidding? I'm not painting the house either.
Last night.
Because if I know if I painted the house, I'd be in no physical condition to have sex afterwards anyway. So I'll pay someone to paint my house.
Last night, my wife and I installed a giant electric shade that goes up and down. I'm lucky I'm still married.
Oh man,
my God.
So when I moved into my house in Vegas, this is the craziest thing. The people who lived in my house before me did not have blinds.
Oh yeah.
Now, mind you,
for the people to see.
Mind you, it's also really hot in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
So not only
oh, that's right, the heat inside that house. Yeah.
So it's just like the sun's blazing in. Everybody can see everything going. It's
be like an airplane on the tarmac.
It's crazy to not have blinds.
Yeah, that is nuts.
So the first thing we did was we bought custom blinds for everyone. We had to go measure all the windows, and we bought one. We have one window that's like we have a staircase that kind of it winds.
Has a turn. Yeah.
It has two turns.
Yeah.
So it's a pain in the ass staircase, and there's a big window above that staircase. It does not open or close. It's just like
How high is it? How can you reach it by hand, or is it way up there?
You can reach it by hand if you're near the top of the steps. You can reach over and touch it.
So it's got the potential of breaking a leg if you get up there to try
yes.
to. Yeah. Okay.
And because it's the only one that doesn't open and shut, we bought, and the only one you can't reach, we bought an electric thing that's got a remote control.
That's what we put into this thing.
It's still not installed because neither of us want to die trying to do this on the stairs. It's
even when they're accessible, that thing was not easy to put in.
Yeah.
For a lot of reasons. But I'm still happily married, though I did bleed.
Oh no.
If it's
was it because of her or the
well, I'm not gonna blame her, but I did bleed due to an equipment error.
Corey says, Claymore, appreciate you telling the truth, bro. Man, you guys are soft. You guys are soft. Nos Marba says, get some baseball cards for her. Yeah,
there you go.
That's the move. That's what I'm going to tell her. I'm going to say, baby, I bought you this football card.
Worth $800 if you'll hold on to it for the next 25 years.
Hope you're real excited about
this. It's like a savings bond.
Yeah, I'm going to send it in to get graded for you.
I'll pay for the grading.
Oh,
it's going to go to
because I'm extra romantic.
I'm going to use Beckett this time.
That's right, baby.
I love you.
Only the best for you, girl.
Yeah, you young bucks, go do what you got to do. You young bucks, go buy your roses. Do what you got to do. I am down.
Yep.
I'm not telling you not to. Just know that some women don't necessarily need that.
And we'll see. That's the other thing. I've been really spoiled the whole time I was living in Vegas because, I mean, anytime I wanted to take my wife on a date.
Oh, no kidding. You're golden. You got money in the bank.
Yeah, it's like Caesars basically pays for my dates. You want to go have, and the good thing about, I always say this about airlines, but it's same with hotels. If you have status at a hotel, that you get all these upgrades and these things that so where my tier at Caesars is, I'm automatically upgraded to the best available room in the hotel.
Short of a suite?
Short of a suite. Yeah. Short of a suite. But so it's always at Caesars. It's the Augustus Tower is the.
I didn't know that.
Oh, the Augustus Tower.
So you got to go. I've never achieved the Augustus Tower.
So it's always the
status.
Augustus Tower with a view of the Bellagio fountains, and
that's pretty nice. That's worthy. I'll take that.
And it's free. And then you want to go eat? You want to go eat at Nobu tonight? Oh,
hey, welcome
it's
to
free.
The real. Hey, AJ, I hate to break it to you. That's not here.
I know. I'm not going to have that.
You're going to have to get back to work. You might need to start listening to Claymore. Claymore, give him some advice.
I'm going to say, babe, we're going to fly up to Vegas for a little special treat.
Why don't you take me out around here?
No. Things here cost money, honey. And she's like, well, she also knows how you get that status. And she's like, well, maybe if you didn't spend that money.
Well, anybody who knows, Valentine's on a budget here in San Antonio. If you're on a budget and you're new and you're trying to find something, I recommend about noon, head down to Military, a couple of lights, Military Zarzamora, Military Roosevelt. There'll be somebody on the corner selling some flowers. You'll find something made up.
You can find that on almost every corner.
That's what I'm saying. Head down Calabria. But they're hot spots where the good stuff is. Where the roses that are like inside the glass, the good stuff. There's certain areas of town you can go pick up what you need if you've forgotten. I mean, you can go
there's
get
some here on Walsall.
Right here. Well, yeah, there's on the corner. You can get it taken care of. There's really no excuse for having something. You can get it at the corner. Might have a little crack dust on it, but you.
No, big deal.
Might have some residue.
That's how you get the party started.
Might have a little bit of something on it, but it's the thought that counts at the end of the day. Anyway.
My wife loves cocaine.
Well, there you go.
Well, it could be fentanyl. I mean, it could be fentanyl. You might not want to touch it, but I mean, it's still a really pretty fake carnation.
And the good thing about it is if you get them in that glass, they'll never know that it's not a real rose.
Can you imagine if I pulled in with that? What the hell is this? It still smells like exhaust. It smells like this was on the corner. It smells like gasoline and desperation.
I special ordered this, baby.
Smells like orange peels.
I had One-Eyed Joe down on the corner holding it for me all day.
That's right. That's the worst thing about my wife also. My wife doesn't drink very much anymore. Because used to, I could just get her, a fancy bottle of wine, and she'd be, my gosh, she'd be in heaven.
Nice
now
and
she's
tipsy.
she hardly ever drinks, so it's like I get her wine, and she just.
Well, that's the gift that, if applied correctly, gives back.
Don't I know it? Trust me, Rob. I ain't been married as long as you, but I know the game.
I'm reflecting on the young bucks that are
yes.
still. The wine is the gift that gives twice.
Yep.
If done correctly.
Frank says you fight today and make up Saturday, and it saves you money. It
True
does.
That, true that. There is that.
It does. I mean, yeah. You're mad at me? I get it, baby. I get it.
Pick a fight on the 13th.
You know what? On Saturday, I'm going to apologize. I'm going to say, baby, I was wrong. I should have got you a Valentine's gift.
I thought I had something else in the works. It didn't pan out. I'm sorry.
I blew it. But you know what? I'm going to be better. Don't say I'm going to be better next year, because then the expectation is.
Yeah, then you really will be.
Yeah, but you just keep saying it's like Mitch Johnson. It's the process.
It's the process,
and
baby.
It's never ending.
And every day, in every way, I'm getting better.
I'm working on it.
I'll be better tomorrow than I am today.
That's why I took your advice on when she called and was pissed off about the football cards. I didn't say I'm not going to do it again.
I didn't say that.
I just said, you know what? I'll try and be better.
I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. I will keep that in mind from here on out. But I'm not stopping.
Right. Yeah. It's a drug now.
Now, see, young bucks, that's master's level husbandry. You're not there yet.
Yeah.
What AJ pulled, the classic agree, but I'm not stopping and having it work, that's master's level husbandry. You have to be married 15, 20 years before you get there. So don't try that at home, kids. That's for the professionals.
Yeah. Hard work, man. Hard work,
It
friends.
is. Don't try to reach further than your grasp. You know what I mean? Because that'll blow up in your face. You start doing that master's level stuff. I'm sorry, but I'm going to continue doing it, and they agree. That's Jedi mind trick level that you have to. That's 15 years after.
Yeah.
So young bucks don't do that.
And I have also somehow, and part of it is I'm down here, but my anniversary and Valentine's Day fall within a 30-day window.
Brilliant. Another smart move. I had my anniversary in the early August.
How about
someday
none
I
for
barely
one?
remember.
Well, both times we just said, you know what? Let's not worry about gifts. Let's save that money for to work on the house because we're selling the house. Well,
I will say,
my wife's also quitting her job.
Other holidays have far more precedence. Let me tell you, I better show up with a gift on anniversary and birthday.
Yeah,
that's an entirely different thing.
Here's the other thing: my wife's birthday, Christmas, and our anniversary are all in a 1 month window.
Well, I thought that was a vet move. I'm not sure that's a vet move because you got to elevate with every gift. So you got to start low and end high, right? End with see, the reason I say that is my anniversary is August the 8th.
Okay.
My wife's birthday is September the 2nd, and then my birthday is September the 5th. So my gift is predicated by how well I did on the first two. If I blew one of those, my gift's going to be.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Well, my gift is not going to involve what I would have hoped for. Let me just put it that way.
We've kind of gotten to where our anniversary.
It'll be more of a manual stimulation.
Wow,
that's what I get, huh? All that for this, huh?
For our anniversary now, like we basically just go out to eat. That's the move.
That's our move too.
Yeah.
Early happy hour, but it better require some thought. I better not ever ask, what do you want to do for your anniversary? I have to have that planned. Like, get dressed where, and she better go, where are we going and what time? And I better have an answer.
Yeah.
There better be a reservation. This plan's already taken care of. And that's really all that matters. She doesn't care where it is, as long as I took the wherewithal of scheduling.
That's my move too.
Right.
And I'll ask her, hey, I'm gonna get us a dinner reservation. Do you have a preference?
Right. If not,
and I always say, do you want to eat early or late? And I do, because
Yeah. Taking notes, kids?
Early's
Taking notes?
Oh, she likes to eat early. Yeah, she wants to eat early.
Me too. Yep.
And then and I'll always say, hey, if you want after we eat, you want to go out and grab some cocktails, we can do that.
If not, you can go home and grab something else.
Because here's the thing, and this is where it goes
Don't
back.
say that, kids. That's vet level stuff again.
This is where it all goes back to master's class. You take her out to dinner, and then you go have drinks afterward.
Right.
That's a win for you. You got to eat too.
Yeah,
you got to drink. Like
you're planning your work, working your plan.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden at the end of the night, it's like, oh my gosh, that was so nice of you.
Wonderful night.
Yeah.
Dinner and drinks, and I was like, yeah, I could have done that by myself, but like, and you could have done it by yourself, but now it's like I gave you a gift.
Yes.
It's literally my responsibility to feed you anyway. So now I just did all I'm supposed to do, and I got treated like a king for it. I mean, it's wild what you can get away with with enough practice. With enough practice, guys.
We'll write a self-help book.
I should write a self-help book. Corey says Alan Jerome will be doing the Morning Huddle next week. Bye-bye, AJ. Rob, you realize the women listening are telling their friends the secrets you keep revealing.
I'm sorry. I am letting out some of the – that's why we do it
But there's only a way to tell it's the only way to let you guys know.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing our best here.
Well, they ain't getting please. The bosses here, they're going to appreciate what I'm doing for the people.
Yeah, I mean,
they're not getting rid of me. They say, "Oh man, AJ's doing a public service."
And with the death of every listener from an inept Valentine's, we just can't afford that. We want you to stay healthy and happy.
Frank says he got married on July 4th. If you get married on a holiday, you never forget your anniversary.
Exactly.
That's what Vic did.
That's what I did.
That's what Vic did.
Yep.
So Vic, tomorrow is Valentine's Day. It's also his anniversary.
You'll never forget.
18 years.
Mm-hmm.
18 years.
And 26 years together.
You've been married the same amount of time I have. I just had my 18th anniversary in January. So yeah. And I have a 17-and-a-half-year-old son. So you can.
My 19-year-old son can attest.
You can do the math.
I've been married for 17 years.
I have a 25 and a 26-year-old.
Yeah,
and
we
a
got
22.
we got married a little before we planned on.
But
yeah,
it all worked out.
The wedding wasn't quite planned out yet, but
I'm doing the math, Dad.
He's long past have done that. He's done that math.
Yeah.
He's done that math. My young son is like, Dad, was I an accident like Jake?
Well, the fact that you're 17 years younger than your older brother. No,
he'll say it in front of him too. He'll be like, "Yeah, was I an accident or was that just Jake?"
Yeah, just a condom broke. That's all.
Yeah. He was God's little surprise.
That's right,
yes, he
baby.
was.
All right, we'll be back. We're going to talk on the other side. We're going to talk about the latest with the Houston Astros. And what they've lost. It's the Morning Huddle on 94.1. I got to tell you guys about Karbach Brewing. Oh, don't I love me some Karbach. I'm actually headed over that way to Southeast Texas to go officiate my wedding. Oh, I can't wait for that this weekend. Hopefully I don't blow that one. But I am excited to have my hands on some Karbach beer while I'm out there because Karbach did send us a nice little care package. I've got some of that Hoplectic I'm taking along with me to share with my buddy. And guys, they've got something for everybody's taste. Whether you're into, if you are into IPAs, Rob and his dad, they don't go for IPAs, but I do. And they've got some great ones. Hopadillo is their flagship IPA. It's very, very in your face, bitter hop bite. And then this Hoplectic, which is the seasonal, a lot more balanced, a lot more low key hop profile. But if you're not into the hops, that's fine too. They've got the Love Street, which is their Cold Style Blonde Ale. It's their best seller, and it is all over the place in San Antonio. Crawford Bach, Ziegenbach, you can find those as well. Obviously, you find it all at the HEBs and the liquor stores, but they're in a lot more bars and restaurants than you think they are. So when you're out and about, you're out at the restaurants this weekend, go ahead and ask your bartender, please, make it a Karbach.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star Traffic from News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. We are working a few stalls 90 eastbound before you get to 410 off to the right shoulder. On the left shoulder, I-10 westbound Vance Jackson, another disabled vehicle. And on the southwest side of town, 35 northbound Palo Alto, that's a stall left lane blocked. Now, we've still got this closure on the far northeast side of town due to road work. 1604 eastbound is closed. Look out to 35. Causing a 55-minute delay. Traffic is being diverted onto the frontage road. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hi, I'm Jason Thompson, and I've represented folks here in San Antonio injured by negligent drivers for more than 30 years. If you or a family member has been seriously injured, I want you to call me, Jason Thompson, at 210-900-0400. I've heard from many of my clients that after they were involved in a collision, they would get phone calls asking them to hire an attorney. This is highly irregular and probably illegal. Any attorney that is trying to contact you either directly or through a marketing company is not the kind of attorney that you should trust with such a serious matter. Quite frankly, it's creepy. If you call me, we will speak directly. If you hire me, it will be after you and I have talked. I will explain what I can do for you, and you can decide what you would like me to do next. The phone call and the consultation are free. Getting a smart result requires that you make smart decisions along the way, and that's my job, to help you and your family make smart decisions, and that's based on more than 30 years of experience. If you've been injured in an accident, call me, Jason Thompson, at 210-900-0400, or go to my website, alawyerforus.com.
At Round Table Pizza, our signature ingredients like made-from-scratch dough, our 3-cheese blend, and toppings all the way to the edge create your perfect pizza. Try our new pepperoni, grilled chicken, and bacon pizza, available for a limited time. You can enjoy a large for only $19.99 at participating locations. Plus, pair your pizza with our irresistible shareables. To find your nearest location or to order for pickup or delivery, head to roundtablepizza.com. That's roundtablepizza.com.
Mellow Mushroom has the best pizza in San Antonio. Mellow delivers the best pizza experience with their delicious dough, premium ingredients, and unique flavors. Delivering a higher order of pizza is the standard. If Mellow can make a pizza this delicious, imagine what they can do with munchies, greens, calzones, and burgers. Mellow Mushroom has San Antonio's best happy hour with food specials and half-off adult beverages. Mellow Mushroom is at 1604 in Stone Oak Parkway. Hang with friends, watch the game, and mellow out at Mellow Mushroom.
Methodist Care Now Urgent Care has 18 locations throughout San Antonio, open 7 days a week. From injuries and illnesses to school and sports physicals, Care Now Urgent Care is here to help you feel better fast. Find a location near you at carenow.com and use our convenient web check-in today.
Summer or winter, Texas weather doesn't do anything halfway, and neither should your roofer. You need a local roofer you can trust. That is Stevens Roofing. You know, Texas roofs are not designed for freezing weather. When ice and snow melt, water seeps into the little cracks, then refreezes, creating bigger cracks. That means leaks or maybe worse. Don't wait to see what damage has occurred. Call Stevens Roofing today for a free inspection. 210-785-0994. That's 210-785-0994 for Stevens Roofing. Try Round Table Pizza's new pepperoni, grilled chicken, and bacon pizza, and don't forget to pair it with our irresistible shareables, mozzarella sticks, jalapeno poppers, or golden potato wedges. The perfect bite to complement your meal. Find the nearest location or order delivery at roundtablepizza.com. Hi, this is Joe Reinagel, and you're listening to the home of the Dallas Cowboys, 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
All right. Houston Astros, the demise continues.
Fare thee well.
I'll say this. I am not opposed to the Astros moving on from Alex Bregman. It was like Alex Bregman has been in a decline. I get that he's like a clubhouse guy. I see all those things. But for those who don't know, Alex Bregman, 3 years, $120 million. $40 million a year for Alex Bregman to the Boston Red Sox. To put that into perspective, here were his other offers, the official offers that he had gotten. The Cubs offered 4 years and $120 million, so the same money, but for so he was like, "Hey, you work 3, we get 1 free, right?"
Well, kind of.
Bregman was like, "No, I'm good on that." The Tigers offered 6 years and $171 million, and the Astros offered 6 years and $156 million. The Astros didn't expect to bring Alex Bregman back. That was never going to happen.
They did the perfunctory thing for the team member and the family member, but no, that was not a legitimate attempt.
And Bregman historically has raked in Fenway, so it's hard to beat that. Here's the deal, though. This is all about the money that they were able to defer. And apparently there was big offer. Like, apparently he didn't want to play in Detroit.
Well,
you
blame him?
Okay, that's fine. But he had all these offers. He ends up taking the Red Sox offer at $40 million a year because they're not going to pay that right up front. This is going to be like almost like a Bobby Bonilla day where he's going to be getting money all down the road, and it's going to affect their salary cap less, which I don't know that, for luxury tax purposes, there is no salary cap per se. I don't know that should be allowed. I don't know that this deferred salary thing.
Well, if I'm small market, I'm upset with it.
Yeah.
But the Sox have the money. I mean, they chased Soto. They didn't have it. They didn't get him. They had somebody in the bank. I don't have a problem with it down the road, but I do think that there needs to be some ramifications for such things. Because as much as the big market teams can do that, the small market teams need that too. I mean, we'll defer some of this and we'll hope for the best. But it's not so much about losing it. It's just a signal of where the Stros are. I really feel like, okay, there's not a title chase imminent.
No, it doesn't feel that way.
And even last year, you went into last season thinking everything works out. If we can get healthy, we can find a couple bats and find our way in July and get it sharp by August, we might be there. Now you're going, well, if they're going to be where we want them to be, there are going to be some astronomical moves, and that's not going to come.
The Astros not having to me, losing Bregman it's not the end of the world.
It's not, but it's a signal.
But you know what, man? I still, the Kyle Tucker trade is still, in my mind, almost indefensible because Kyle Tucker, unlike Bregman, is in the prime of his career.
Mm-hmm.
And if not, he might still be getting better. And you don't have anything to replace him. The Astros, their starting outfield might be Chas McCormick, Jake Myers, and Ben Gamel. What?
Yep.
So you've got three guys who should be the fourth or fifth outfielder on a good team.
Yeah.
And that's your starting outfield.
You can tell me by your actions, not by your words. And your actions tell me we are in another process. Well, not a terrible process. They're still pitching. There's still some hope for a wild card, I think. But this is not a team built to go all the way into October.
But I don't even know if their pitching is what it's been in the past. Like, I know Fromber's going to be good. Mm-hmm. I think Hunter Brown is pretty good.
He's on his way.
But now it's like Ronel Blanco and Spencer Arrighetti and Hayden Wisniewski. Like, these aren't the Christian Javiers and the Justin Verlanders. Even when Justin Verlander was mm-hmm. aging, it's like you at least knew those guys were going to give you something. But there's not a lot there.
Here we go. Yep.
And I don't know. And the Ryan Presley, they that's another. Say what you want about what he is. That's another key piece that they moved on from and didn't really replace. I don't know. The Astros their window may have closed.
Well, they're telling us it has.
And the idea that the Astros still like to be, they still like to play the small, like they're some kind of a small market team is really frustrating because obviously they're not a small market team. You've been on the if you haven't been winning the World Series every year for the last decade, you've been like in it or one step away from it.
And when you've had to spend money, you have. I mean, you have it.
But
they have it.
Every time somebody's come up for a long-term deal, they've said, "Nah, we're good."
Well, the long-term part of it. But they've got the money. I'm not worried that the Stros are looking for quarters in the pockets. They've been expeditious with some of they moved a little bit quicker or I'm not taking the Springer absence to me isn't about anything other than I feel like I've lost a member of the family. Like, I'm not mad that you're gone. It's not that. It's just you were part of something that mattered and you're not there anymore. And you're just kind of one of those last pieces that was.
And so far, I don't think the Astros regret not paying George Springer.
I don't think they do.
I mean,
I think they did.
I mean, George Springer hasn't been very good, quite frankly.
Well, no.
Certainly not worth the money he got.
Well, not what he was in Houston, but
Carlos Correa has not. He's been a shell of what he was the one year that he blew up for the Astros. I don't think they'll regret moving on from Bregman. I still think that Kyle Tucker thing is going to haunt them, and I really think what really bit into the Astros was giving Jose Abreu all that money and him being a complete bust. Because the Astros finally went out and they said, you know what, we're going to spend. We're going to go get somebody. We're going to get us a big middle-of-the-order bat, and we're going to pay top dollar for it, and he stunk. And now you see Jim Crane kind of puckering up a little bit going, I don't like how that felt. I'm looking at the rosters that sits. I mean,
Dubon.
Infield looks okay.
Yeah, Dubon, I like him.
But the outfield is it's a mess. It's a mess. And your outfield's probably going to be hitting 7, 8, 9 in the order. That's not ideal.
That's McCormick.
Yeah, it's a bunch of just guys. Like, none of those guys are special. None of those guys. Chas McCormick had a decent year 2 years ago, and then he turned back into Chas McCormick last year.
Come on, Jordan. We need you, baby.
Yeah, I mean,
we need you, baby.
This is Jordan's team now, certainly. But that was the thing. Like, with Jordan and Kyle Tucker, it felt like those were the two guys who were going to take you into the next. And the fact that they traded Kyle Tucker at least made you think, okay, well, they're going to try and hang on to Bregman then and try and make one more run with this thing, and they just didn't want to pay the top dollar for what.
In your sense, is there anything else going to happen?
No. Who else is out there? And like all the impactful guys are gone. Spring training's about to start.
I know.
Like this is what they got.
They're loading up for the trade deadline?
They might hope that – well, remember, the Astros also have one of the worst farm teams in Major League Baseball.
Right. Like, next to last.
Yeah. So it's a weird spot that they're in, man.
Unfamiliar for me, for sure.
Yeah, well, it's unfamiliar, at least for a while. Yeah. But if you remember how this team – I don't want to say dynasty because they only won 2 championships, but it's a semi-dynasty, I guess, the run that they've been on – got created from about a 6-year run of being just dreadful at baseball. Mm-hmm. And Astros fan doesn't want to go back to that because that's the kind of, like, I don't think the Astros want to be looked at in the same view as like the Tampa Bay Rays or the Miami Marlins, where they'll be good for a while and then they won't re-sign anybody, and they'll have to start all the way from scratch. And that's what
Well, don't act like a small market is what you're saying.
Yes. Yeah, and they seem to be very willing to do that.
Pleading poverty. Hey, we just can't do it. We'll hang around with Miami and Tampa instead of running with the Bulls and Boston and the Mets and the Dodgers and the like.
Yeah. David says Astros can't win without the trash cans. They literally did, though. It's such a tired thing. They literally win and won another World Series. Like that's over. All right, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see if they're able to make something out of this. We'll see if they're able to find maybe somebody pops off in spring training. I don't know. What I do know is, the idea that Jose Altuve was willing to move to the outfield for Bregman. It's like,
yeah.
It's nice in thought, but I don't know. I don't know how they answer that question of how they fill those spots. And this all it does is shine a spotlight on losing Kyle Tucker. And the positive side of this is if you've got the money to pay Fromber, if you don't pay Fromber, if I'm an Astros fan, I'm pissed. Because it's like, dude, you did all these things saying we're building our team differently, but
that's not going to be for a minute. Fromber's got
he's due
up this
now.
year.
He's due. It's time. Time to pay the piper, baby. You got a long time for cheap out of him. Time to let that dude get some money, and he deserves it.
Mm-hmm.
They got lucky last year. Like they found that Yusei Kikuchi, and he ended up being really good for them. They let him walk away. I almost feel like the Astros are kind of going, yeah, we had a good run.
That's what it feels like. They turned the page. We got rid of the dude the fond uncle who isn't quite as sharp as he used to.
But he's still connected to that run, and they're just like, it's time to cut cord from that thing. And
It's
start
an
new.
inauspicious end. It kind of feels like we kind of just faded into the past.
It does kind of suck, but it is what it is. I guess that happens to most teams.
Oh, yeah, Framber go get paid.
Oh, absolutely. And he should.
$18 million last year? Yikes.
Yeah, he's going to do okay.
For this year.
He's going to do okay. But the big question is who's the back half of that rotation and who plays the outfield? Because right now.
His name is Ben Gamble.
Ben Gamble. Chaz McCormick.
Chaz Michaels.
And Jake Myers. Last year, those three guys, McCormick hit 238.
But they were timely hits.
Gamble hit 228. Myers hit 234. And they had 27 home runs combined.
That's about what I expect from the team. That's about
the
Mendoza Stros right there.
That's
right
what you'd like from one outfielder.
Yeah, that's right down the middle.
I'd like my left fielder to hit 27 home runs. Well, what about all three of your outfielders put together? What if they hit 27 home runs?
You got pitching.
Not as good.
Not as
good. All right. We are going to give away Los Lonely Boys tickets coming up in the next hour. Also, I watched something last night. I'm so glad I did, and I'm going to convince Rob to watch it tonight. We're not quite as dead on sports as I thought we were going to be. It's just that's a radio tease.
Pretty good one too.
But I think if you're sitting around going, oh, there's nothing to watch, I don't know that you're right. I think there's probably more. What do you got going on?
I don't know. It was buzzing. It jumped out at me. It scared me.
It's like your wife walking in on you.
I know.
Watching
Me.
porno.
I was hoping there wasn't cuss words.
There's nothing there.
You get an audio text, you never know what's coming across.
I don't know what you're talking about, babe.
Huh? What? No,
I wasn't
not
watching
me.
anything.
No, not on.
I got to fix this bathroom door.
I wasn't watching anything. No, she wasn't naked. That was a bikini. I was looking for something for you.
AJ sent it.
Oh, God.
You imagine that?
No, dude, I've got plenty of friends whose wives don't like me, and I'm the fall guy for that reason.
Okay.
It's like they're not going to like me anyway, so they'll just blame it on me.
Yeah.
No big deal.
It was AJ's fault. Or
Yeah, he did it.
Yeah, he's the one who made me do it.
He did it. All right. We got 2 hours to go of the program. They're going to be fun because Vic's going to be gone tomorrow. Having even more fun.
Yeah.
Oh, Vic's going to use those pellets tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Every one of them.
Oh.
I'm so mad Vic's taking off work. I hope your wife's on her period tomorrow.
Hey!
This is the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson. KTFM Floresville.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's knows that with job site delivery as soon as same day, you can get what you need without losing valuable time. They help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes for same-day delivery. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See lowes.com/same-day delivery for details.
Wow! Most cars and pickup trucks can have a ceramic film installed by the experts at Mother's Window Tint starting at just $199. That's an incredible price. If you shop around, you'll find that competitors charge hundreds of dollars more. Plus, it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Mother's Window Tint offers up to 60 different film options to fit all price ranges. Since 1984, Mother's Window Tint has been known as the home of the tint and alarm special. If you're looking to enhance your vehicle security to the highest level, visit Mother's Window Tint today, where security systems start at just $3.99. Call us at 210-496-3454. That's 210-496-3454. Or visit us online at motherswindowtint.com. And remember, do it at Mothers and save!
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
We're honoring the pursuit of brews and barrel-aged bourbon every Friday at our Bourbon and Brews Party. Head over to Twin Peaks Fridays from 5 to 7 and experience a lingerie costume party paired with exceptional bourbons, tastings, and giveaways. Cheers!
Hi, I'm Jason Thompson, and I've represented folks here in San Antonio injured by negligent drivers for more than 30 years. If you or a family member has been seriously injured, I want you to call me, Jason Thompson, at 210-900-0400. I've heard from many of my clients that after they were involved in a collision, they would get phone calls asking them to hire an attorney. This is highly irregular and probably illegal. Any attorney that is trying to contact you either directly or through a marketing company is not the kind of attorney that you should trust with such a serious matter. Quite frankly, it's creepy. If you call me, we will speak directly. If you hire me, it will be after you and I have talked. I will explain what I can do for you, and you can decide what you would like me to do next. The phone call and the consultation are free. Getting a smart result requires that you make smart decisions along the way, and that's my job, to help you and your family make smart decisions, and that's based on more than 30 years of experience. If you've been injured in an accident, call me, Jason Thompson, at 210-900-0400, or go to my website, alawyerforus.com.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Hey, Mom, I've been meaning to talk to you about some new COVID information I saw online.
Uh-huh.
I read that black folks like us with certain conditions like diabetes, heart disease, mental health conditions, or being 50 and older, like you, are at high risk.
Boy, you sound like a commercial.
I'm just saying. I know you love your ginger teas and essential oils, but remember, there are treatment options for COVID-19.
I promise if I get sick again, I'll call my doctor to ask about my options.
Visit WeTalkWeRise.com to learn more. Brought to you by Pfizer.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star Traffic from News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. You might notice some sluggish conditions along 1604. Look out to 35 where we had some earlier road work that just got picked up, so you might notice a little bit of a slow residual delay. We do have a stall I-10 eastbound Santa Clara right lane. 15-minute delay has you slow from Trainer Hale. 35 southbound FM 1103 on down to 410. That's rolling stop and go. And 90 eastbound 211 over to 410, about a 25-minute commute. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
San Antonio Sports Center.
The San Antonio Spurs fell hard last night, 116-103 to the defending world champ Boston Celtics in the Spurs' final game before the All-Star break. De'Aaron Fox led the way with 23 points, while Steph Castle had 20 in the loss. In college football news, the Ohio State Buckeyes are finalizing a deal to hire former Patriots defensive coordinator and Detroit Lions head coach Matt Patricia as the school's defensive coordinator. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Sports Center brought to you by Synergenics Testosterone and Weight Loss. SynergenicsHealth.com.
From the studios of San Antonio Sports Star, reaching more sports fans than any station in South Texas. Welcome to the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson. This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Yeah, baby! The downhill climb, mother lovers.
Mother trucker.
That's right. I feel good today, though. I feel good, baby.
Feel strong. Got some
Feeling
tiger's
strong.
blood. Got some tiger's blood seething through your veins.
Yeah. Although I'm still panicked about doing that wedding this weekend. I really should have said no.
Marriage.
It's so
I would
dumb.
adopt an odd accent.
So
everybody feels sorry.
You're going to
for
wear
you.
your boots?
I mean, I don't know what I'm going to wear, honestly.
Well, that's rather. Have you talked to the bride about this?
No.
Does she have any expectations of your attire?
Did you ever get a hat?
No, I won't.
No?
I'm not going to wear a cowboy hat.
I'd have
Can't
got
do
a
it.
big black hat. Just a big hat that puts shade on both of them. So big
a sombrero
that they could stand underneath.
Then you got to commit. Like, I feel like you got to wear jeans then. I don't know if I can wear jeans.
Oh, you don't have to
You
wear
can pull
jeans.
it off.
You can pull off it. I mean, you're the officiant.
You're in Texas.
You're the reason everybody's there. Forget the bride. It's
Yeah,
you.
right.
You're the focus.
No, I want to be the not focus.
You have a closing move, like a reverse out.
When I say you may kiss the bride, I'm going to clap their heads together.
Like punk.
Like a pro wrestler.
Or are you going to declare some kind of like, I declare prima noctum. Can the officiant do that in Texas? I don't know.
Well, the thing about being married is it's just like when you weren't, except now.
You are.
Now, if you cheat on her, she can take half your money.
Yep.
And then he's going to go, wait a minute, that's not on the script.
You're not officially married yet.
The problem is actually will be.
Well, yeah, I mean.
It's going to be too late. So I'm just there for show.
Marriage.
I should rent like a Dumb and Dumber tuxedo.
That's what I'm saying. Show
like
up in a pink.
The baby blue tuxedo.
Is this wrong?
No, do the orange one.
The orange, you think that'd look better?
Yeah.
Is
It'll
this
go with their
wrong?
boots.
I feel like the baby blue one's classy.
It is. It's classier. You got to have the ruffles, though. You got to have that.
Oh,
ruffle
I'd have
shirt.
it. Of course I would.
And that bow tie that you float down a river on.
Yes.
Size of a canoe.
Maybe I'm going to wear a bolo tie.
You're sounding like what I wore to prom.
Or maybe I'll just get like one of those priest things, like I don't know what
like
they
a
call
habit?
it. Like, yeah,
Oh, yeah,
like
yeah.
a
The habit
priest collar. Yeah.
It's called a Nehru jacket. Get the high collared Nehru jacket with a notch right here, so it's a little white right there. So you have the
Yes.
notch.
Oh, yeah. And show up buzzing.
Oh yeah. Well, that's a given anyway.
Right?
Or you could show up in like long black robes.
Why does the pastor smell like weed?
That's not weed. That's incense. And be carrying that chained incense thing.
Yeah.
Except with weed
With
in
weed
it.
in it.
I'll have some
Sprinkling people with bourbon.
I'll have some little boy walk in front of me carrying that thing, swinging it, just weed
Swinging
lofting.
the weed candle, and you're throwing bourbon on people with your little
And be
bourbon
like,
thrower.
Relax, everyone.
Everybody-
It's Delta 8. It's not weed.
It's
Not the real
It's
thing.
not the real thing. Don't worry.
I wouldn't waste that on you guys anyway.
Not the real thing.
Gather together.
Before I pronounce you man and wife, I'd like to have a discussion about prenuptial agreements.
Yeah. So what is happening?
Is anybody here?
Have you guys exchanged body counts?
Because personally,
Now's the time.
Now's the time.
Jim, did you ever
Go
tell
ahead.
her about that time? And
You remember
you ever
when?
bring up Juarez? You didn't tell her about that one?
Remember when? And now, what about you? I know you've done things.
Who have you known longer?
Look at you. Oh, I guess I've technically known them the same amount of time because I went to like kindergarten and elementary school with them. But I've been friends with him.
Okay.
Like I knew her peripherally. Like we weren't like.
Are you going to be part of like the night before?
I think so. Yeah. He sent me the whole schedule for the weekend.
Are you going to like counsel them on wedding
No,
advice?
I'm in no position to do that.
I went.
What are you, crazy?
When we went to get married, the preacher that did ours, he took us aside, and we had like a talk.
Yeah,
about
I'm not a
that.
preacher
Like,
though.
You should just and just talk nonsense. Just talk about ridiculous stuff.
No,
Oh,
you're
by
a
the way,
sports preacher.
I'm gonna say, hey man, I'll just tell them all the stuff we talked about on Valentine's Day.
but go the opposite.
Be like,
yeah,
hey
yeah,
man,
yeah.
don't get each other
You don't
gifts
have
on
to do that.
Valentine's Day.
That's a big. Don't do anything.
Don't do anything.
Wait until the week after Valentine's Day, then get her flowers for cheaper. Then take her out to dinner for cheaper. It's no wait.
Right,
it's hard to get a reservation on Valentine's Day.
Right.
Which reminds me, where are you going to eat?
Saltgrass.
Did you get a reservation?
Actually, my wife took care of that this year.
What?
Well, there you go.
Yeah, we alternate.
Well, that way you don't screw it up.
Yeah. This time, now I'm in the passenger seat this time.
Smoked ribeye.
Saltgrass.
Ooh, I want that ribeye.
They do
You
that
gonna go
smoked
ribeye?
Is pretty,
Yeah.
That smoked ribeye is pretty good. At Saltgrass.
Yeah.
It is.
What, when they say how would you like that cooked? What are you going to say?
I have to say medium.
Oh,
I know. I can't do. However, my wife does like medium rare.
you can't do medium rare.
No, I can't eat too much raw stuff with a kidney thing.
Medium rare's not raw.
It's almost raw.
Medium's burnt.
Keep in mind you're talking to a vampire.
I know.
Yeah, I didn't know it affected my kidneys, but every time I go to a steakhouse, my kidneys are in a battle.
About to say,
apparently.
man,
Oh, yeah.
if
Oh, yeah, they are.
There's a problem. You've
Yeah.
beaten yours into submission.
Yeah.
I'd like mine blue, please.
Listen,
even the waiter went,
what? Just burn
blue.
it.
Really? Okay.
Just make it a ribeye jerky.
It's still going to
Screw
be
it.
shaking when I get here.
I'm all right with that.
Still quivering.
The only downside to that is like when you eat like that in public, like if you eat like that with other people,
blood all over the table and the plate.
It's
I
like
know. I know the sauce is like really red. You know,
my
like,
wife has before been like, "Hey, we're going out to eat with like her sister and my brother-in-law," and she's like, "Can you just order it rare?
Can you just not get something so bloody that,
and I'm like,
that it frightens the neighbors?"
I'm like, wait a minute. So I've got to adjust how I eat because it's going to offend the sensibilities of other people at the that's crazy.
So how rare do you eat yours?
Have you ever seen blue?
Like,
Blue
so
is seared on the outside.
If you order it blue, it's like it's rarer than rare. It's usually like purple on the inside. It's cold.
Oh,
it's blue.
Still cold?
Oh yeah, it's cold.
It can't be cold. I'm talking. It's one step above tartar.
It's warm on the outside.
Yeah.
Like if you put your finger on it, it's warm.
Okay.
But once you cut in,
it's all cold and
That's
rare
all
and red.
yes.
Like I cannot do that.
I'm a lion.
Yeah. You are literally a carnivore.
And I've got it just dripping down my neck. My wife will be like, "Use your napkin."
Is
I'm
there
like,
blood
"Never."
Is there blood in your teeth and everything?
Oh,
when you're
intentionally.
in your
I don't
Looks like
and
the
I don't
shark in Jaws.
I don't
like
use silverware. I just pick it up with my hand.
shards of fat. And
Are you
pieces of fork in
Are
his
you
teeth.
squatting in the corner?
David says ribeye has too much marbling for medium rare. You need to cook it to medium to render all the fat.
That's a statement.
That's the opposite of true.
That's a statement there, man.
I want fattier meat.
Yeah,
rare.
I like the emulsified though. There's something to it.
yeah.
That's why I do appreciate a little bit above medium rare.
There was
if
a
I
Wagyu
don't
steak.
know how they cook it.
There was a Wagyu steak I ate that had like a little bit too much marble.
That's
for
not
me.
possible.
Well, I know it's not, but
Fat
for
is
me,
flavor.
Yeah, it was
but
just
there
too
is
much.
something to rendering it. I will agree that there is a temperature that you do need to get close to render a little bit of that fat.
I like chewing on the fat.
No, I get
I like
you.
to chew the fat, baby.
Yeah.
I get it.
like
That's
it
just
too,
not me.
I'll eat that tomahawk, rare as they come. I don't need it.
and a big chunk of fat just.
Yep. Yeah.
I'll gnaw at the bone too.
Because guess what else I'll do? I'll put butter on it. Guess what butter is? Fat. Just give me all the fat. Pretty much what tastes good about steak is fat.
Fat is flavor.
Like I don't like a filet mignon. That's the most
not enough.
It's
Yeah.
the most overrated cut of
It's
meat.
a thick sirloin.
It tastes bland.
And you pay a premium price for it, and I don't understand why. It doesn't taste like anything.
Nah.
It's tiny, and it doesn't. I get it. It's soft. When I eat a steak, I'm not looking for soft.
Nah.
Well,
if a ribeye's cooked right, it's soft. Or any steak,
again, I don't
actually.
get my steaks cooked. So
so
soft
that's
is not
the thing.
thing.
Yeah.
that soft's not like the number one thing I'm looking for.
See, there's something for me. I like a buttery, soft steak.
Yeah,
that's fair. That's fair.
Which you can't achieve anything beyond medium rare. It can't be buttery and soft anything more than medium rare. If you're
I
starting
agree
to
with
get to
that.
medium or above, it's going to be tough by design.
I agree with that. David says, "Do you eat your brisket rare too?" No. With brisket, you have to render the fat. I mean, there's that's with a, I mean, if you have a ribeye that's got a fat cap on it, that's a different conversation.
Right.
Like you're talking about interweaved into the steak.
I understand the raw, the blue and the medium rare. I get it. It's just not for me. I appreciate it for a little bit. It gets a little rich for me.
Okay, but you have tried it?
Oh yeah, I get it.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to it, but it gets a little bit rich, coppery. I don't know how to describe it. I prefer a little bit more of the meat.
And how much everybody loved the Parisa we ate the other night.
Gosh,
That's just basically.
I finished it up.
Oh, did you?
I finished it up on Monday. I sat home on Monday. I got home after work and just pulled out the crackers and finished that whole.
And it was still good?
Yes, it was still good.
Man.
It was extraordinary. Zooks, Parisa. Oh,
yep. Out in Castroville.
Top notch, man. That was fine dining.
Bit of a
I'm
haul.
telling you. You couldn't go to a 5-star restaurant
I'm
and
telling
order
you, man.
anything better in the tartar range. I mean, you have to be accustomed to eating it raw, but you can't do it any better than that. I put it anywhere in the world. I don't care where you go. A terrine somewhere in France, some Italian that's been doing it 1,000 years. Zooks in Castroville does it as good as it can be done.
I love it. Now, it does have cheese in it, which, I doubt in France they're putting cheese in their tartar.
The thing about it is the art form of taking a raw meat and cooking it with the acids in the things that they add into it.
The jalapenos and the
providing
onions.
the flavor. You just don't get that anywhere. That's something that is as good as you can find. And there's places around the world that do that you'll never hear about. And this is one of them. You literally could go to a 5-star restaurant anywhere in the country, and nothing would surpass what they do there.
B. Hannon says, AJ, you're not a veal guy. I love veal. I love it. I love
yeah, veal's good.
I love veal piccata. Oh.
I only like veal fried in a sauce. I just can't eat it any other way. It's too...
Do you like liver?
No.
Not my favorite.
It's like sucking
I'll
on a
eat
penny.
it. It's not my favorite, but I'll eat it.
Yeah, I'll eat it too. Liver and
Well,
onions.
if you like a bloody steak, I can
If
say you
it's-
like
dude,
liver.
if it's meat, I'll eat it probably. Like I'm
the same way.
I am, man.
Yeah.
I always say
I mean, you have braised rabbit.
I mean, yeah.
It's a meat.
Yeah, but rabbit is that's just there ain't nothing fancy about rabbit.
No.
That's easy.
Remember we
eating.
talked about dove and quail dumplings? Or
Those
you had
are-
chicken and dumplings or something.
Yeah, I had
right?
chicken and dumplings. Now that's easy eating. I can hand you a rabbit something and you'd eat it and you go, what do you think that is? And then you go, that's
Chicken.
rabbit? Really?
It's chicken.
You know when you've bitten into a piece of kidney or a liver.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
no, I can't do it.
Oh,
you're
yeah.
eating you're eating the sweetbreads. You
That's a whole other part of the world.
Yeah.
That I'd just soon not.
No.
you know
I don't
what's
need any
going on.
brains
You don't
on my
mess with that
sandwich.
either.
No.
All right. Yeah, I'm not opposed to it. I don't know. I'm adventurous when it comes
I'll
to
eat a lot of stuff. I like marrow. I like marrow, roasted marrow, which is about as rich and decadent as you can get. I just
like
can't
gnawing
do
on a
the.
bone.
I can't do the offals. I can't do spleen. I know the spleen sandwiches that kind of big time in parts of the world.
What
can't
about
do it.
tenderloins? Tenderloin?
Oh, no, not the tenderloin. You're thinking of.
What am I thinking of?
You're thinking of an organ, right?
Yeah, I just remember the tenderloin was.
Well, tenderloin's a muscle.
Yeah, that's
yeah, that's good meat. Yeah,
it's a roast meat.
My favorite restaurant in Houston is a place called Riel, and the chef there is like he's Canadian, and he says he wants his place to be a little bit classy and a little bit trashy. So he does he does tater tots with caviar on them.
Like his version of poutine.
Yeah. It's amazing tater tots and caviar. But my favorite thing to do there, and we every time I'm there, he comes out and does one with me. You have the bone marrow, and then after you eat the bone marrow, he'll pour a shot of Old Granddad down the bone, and you wash it down with that.
I've never done that.
Oh yeah. Oh,
taking a shot through a cow bone.
Through a cow bone, baby.
The process alone is worth doing.
It is.
Yeah, like the ice instead of the ice.
Yes, that's the way to do it. Corey says Google bamboo rats and tell me you'll eat. Okay, maybe not.
You don't like rata?
Yeah.
I've had street food in Mexico City. I might have had it. I might very well have had those.
That's
bamboo
where I draw
rats.
the line. I mean,
yeah, that big old cylinder thing of meat that they just cut from. Yeah.
Yeah,
there's rat in it.
I'm good on that.
Like
Good
some of the
on
stacked rat,
that.
please.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Dos tacos de rata, por favor.
Por favor.
Bueno.
All right. God, the boss is going to be so mad at me. I told you guys I'm going to talk about what you should be watching. I promise I'll do that next. It's the Morning Huddle on 94.1.
Did you wake up this morning feeling good? Nothing paining you, keeping you out of your life. If that's you, carry on. You're doing things right. But if you're like most of us, you probably woke up with something that is painful that you've been living with for no reason. A lot of us wake up with those kind of sore shoulders. Maybe it's a crick in your neck, as my dad would used to say, or maybe it's one of those frozen shoulders from the honeydew list last week that you just can't get over, and it's keeping you from doing things you need to do. Stop. There's a fix out there. The answer is a Rosti. Now, a Rosti is it's a treatment program. It is not anything other than perfect for those that are looking for pain reduction. See, a Rosti is an achievement by medical professionals after they become medical professionals. I'm talking doctors achieve a Rosti after they become doctors. Same thing with chiropractors and physical therapists. It is a method of relieving pain that works. You know why it works? Because they do things in a unique way. It doesn't have anything to do with pain deadening. It has nothing to do with surgery. It's your body fixing itself. I'm living proof. I had lower back issues, still do from time to time, and from years of pounding. Used to, I'd go out and I'd be on my back for 3-4 weeks just trying to get through. Stumbled into an Rosti provider about 8 years ago, and I was a convert. I tell everybody I know, if you're in pain, call a Rosti, because they fixed me, and they fixed me fast, and then they showed me how to get myself out of pain. And if you're asking, how do I do that, Rob? It's easy. Here's the number. It's 1-800-404-6050. You can make that call with full confidence, so you don't even need a referral to go see an Rosti provider. They'll tell you where to go, and they'll schedule your appointment. I bet there's a provider less than 10 minutes from where you are right now. Don't let pain keep you from doing things that you love. The fix is there. It's called a Rosti. Call them today, and you can come on by and thank me later.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water, but you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Wow! Most cars and pickup trucks can have a ceramic film installed by the experts at Mother's Window Tint starting at just $199. That's an incredible price. If you shop around, you'll find that competitors charge hundreds of dollars more. Plus, it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Mother's Window Tint offers up to 60 different film options to fit all price ranges. Since 1984, Mother's Window Tint has been known as the home of the tint and alarm special. If you're looking to enhance your vehicle security to the highest level, visit Mother's Window Tint today, where security systems start at just $399. Call us at 210-496-3454. That's 210-496-3454. Or visit us online at motherswindowtint.com. And remember, do it at Mothers and save!
Davis Law Firm secures important verdicts and settlements for Texans hurt in a car, truck, or 18-wheeler wreck. Many in the millions of dollars. No case is too big or too small. And remember, there's no fee unless we win. So if you want more, call the Fours. Davis Law Firm, San Antonio, 444-4444.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed. Plus free home delivery. Ends President's Day. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's The Blitz with Jason and Joe. Afternoons at 2.
Coming up on The Blitz, we are live at the Rue Pub. It's Desperation Day.
What is Desperation Day?
I don't know. Ask Pledge.
Single guys know what Desperation Day, or single ladies do. Either way, I'm still mad at the NFL for Darren Woodson not getting into the Hall of Fame. We'll talk about it with Hall of Fame voter John McClain. The Blitz live at the Rue Pub starting at 2.
The Blitz with Jason and Joe. Afternoons at 2 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. You're listening to the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
Yeah, they have their own second round pick. We're looking at the Spurs draft capital. I was saying I want the Spurs to draft Ryan Kalkbrenner in the second round.
Big boy out of Creighton.
Yeah, I love him. Love him.
You have a penchant for big, slow white guys.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's a place in this world for them.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd take a big, slow black guy, too.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, last year it was Klingon.
Yeah.
This year's Kalkbrenner.
Well, I mean, Klingon was that's difference in a lottery pick and a second rounder.
I'm kidding.
I just wanted guys who I like big men who do big men stuff. I really do.
According to the Bleacher Report NBA mock draft, he would go 49th to the Cavaliers, who know a thing or two about bigs.
Yeah, they seem to be good at drafting them.
A couple of those guys.
Okay, here we go. Where were we?
I believe it's.
I told you guys I was going to tell you what to watch. I watched this last night, and I am so glad that I did. even if you don't care about hockey, I suggest you watch this Four Nations face-off. I'm telling you now, I've watched, I don't know, probably, I don't watch hockey all the time, but I've probably watched 20 games, 25 games this season. I typically only watch the Knights games. I don't really care about anything else. I'm not a diehard hockey guy, but the game last night between Canada and Sweden was about as fast of a game as I've seen.
Are they playing international rules, or are they different?
The only thing that's really different is the overtime rules. So in the NHL, your overtime rule, you play 5 minutes of overtime, and then it's just here it's 10 minutes of 3-on-3, and it is so much fun. The game last night went to overtime. 3-on-3 with a goalie.
With a goalie, all right.
Yeah. But the game was so fast, it was extra intense. And I was like, man, are they just trying harder? And at the end of the game, Canada won in overtime, and they interviewed Sidney Crosby, who's the captain of Canada's team. And they were playing in Montreal, I believe. And he talked about how he's played a bunch of games there. He's like, mostly playoff games. He's like, but this was the most important game I've played in this building. This was the most intense game I've played in this building. It's like these guys care about this more than they care about the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like imagine the NBA All-Star game if they cared.
Does this happen every year?
No, this is the first time they've done it.
Oh, okay. There you go.
It's the first time they've done it, and the NHL players haven't been allowed to play the last two Olympics in the hockey. So they're using amateurs at that level.
We have been. The rest of the world, have they been using pros?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, but they use pros not from the NHL.
Right.
So, NHL teams aren't allowing their players to play.
But now they're going to be able to go back.
They're going to go back when's the next Winter Olympics? 2 years from now?
No, I think it's a year from now.
Okay.
I think literally like a year from today.
So this is the first step in kind of adjusting the NHL schedule to allow for that break.
Makes sense.
And I'm telling you, man, it's the best hockey I've seen in a long time. It's fun to watch, and these are the best players in the world. These are. It's like if you said pick the 15 best Canadian hockey players, this is what you got.
You keep saying fast. As a non-hockey fan, I know when I see international basketball. International basketball isn't my basketball. It is basketball, but they play it just different enough to where things feel a little different, awkward. Is that like that with hockey?
No.
Is it easier to play?
I'm sure. I think it's just at a higher level than what I'm used to seeing.
So it's just everybody's good, so everybody's doing things right.
Everybody's excellent.
Right.
You know what I mean? And when you on an average hockey team, imagine an NBA. If NBA played like hockey, you'd have line changes, and you'd have 5 guys on, and then you'd have a second group of 5 guys. Now imagine that third group of 5 guys. So it's imagine it's Blake Wesley and Mamu, that's your third group.
But now it's the best.
Now your third group is like NHL All-Stars, and everybody's playing balls to the wall for their time on the ice. It's really incredible to watch.
Well, I'm glad it's in front of a fandom that gets it. So that transfers onto the television. When you're in front of a fan group like the Canadians who get good hockey, they're cheering for the right stuff, even if it's not for their team. They know what good hockey looks like. And that, to me, is what will keep me into a sport that, quite frankly, I don't always understand what's going on.
So tonight, 7 o'clock on ESPN or ESPN Plus, you're going to get to see this. The Team USA plays tonight, and it is going to be –
Are we good?
I think we're the second best team.
Canadians
are the best team. Sweden's better than I thought because Sweden just took Canada to overtime, even though Canada scored literally 30 seconds into the game. And I was like, oh, boy, they're going to blow them out. But they got up 3-1. Sweden came back and made it 3-3. Went to overtime, and Canada won in overtime. The U.S. is right behind Canada. We've got better goaltending than Canada does. They've probably got better ice guys. But Finland is the weakest team in the field, kind of by a good sight. But they've got really good goaltending also. Really good blue line, like defense. So it'll be fun, man. I'm telling you, if you don't have anything else going tonight, just tell your wife it's for Nation. You're going to watch for Nation. And if you don't watch this one, that's fine. Just make sure that you watch the USA-Canada game.
That's tonight? No, that's Saturday at 4. No.
Let me see when that game is, because I don't want to lead you astray. I think it's this weekend. But that game, I'm going to find time to watch that bad boy. I might have to leave my wedding early to go watch that thing. So let's see what we got here. USA versus Canada, Saturday, February 15th, 7 o'clock on ESPN.
Prime time.
Oh, yes, baby. And then the championship game is going to be a week from today. So next Thursday, championship game, which will probably be USA and Canada, I presume. So, again, if you guys are out there saying, man, I wish we had more sports going on, just give it a try.
I wonder how long it'll be before the NBA adopts this model of, the All-Star game. They're trying. We're trying this before we adopt this Four Nations idea. And forget the All-Star game. We're going to put together our All-Star team.
Yeah.
And it'll be separate and apart from FIBA. FIBA's got their own thing. And we'll go we'll only send 10 dudes. They have to work. Everybody else gets off for the week and refreshed for the second half of the season. And we prolong the season into where the NBA should be finishing, I would say, July the 31st should be the Game 7 schedule. So we finish basketball, and August 1st, we're at training camp for football. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If the NBA is smart, they play another couple of weeks, break this into a 2-week off, and have us something to cheer for, and forget this stupid All-Star game crap. Listen.
Well, that's exactly what the NHL did, because there's no All-Star game this year for hockey. They don't have one.
We'll
it's
care.
This.
It matters.
And you can fans complain about the All-Star game. The All-Star game for hockey, it's better than the basketball All-Star game, but not by a lot. This is so much better than any All-Star game I could have asked for, and it's only been one game. Now there's 7 more games of this to go. It really is fun to watch. So even if you're not a hockey fan, just try it out. And if you think it sucks, you can come back tomorrow and tell me it sucks. Vic, I really suggest you and your wife sit down and watch the hockey tonight.
I've never seen one hockey game in my life.
Now's the time. It'll put your wife in the mood.
Okay.
It'll put you in the mood for your anniversary. You guys, it's all the big lead up.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, the curse you put upon me is true.
Oh. Oh. I knew it.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
But you're still taking the day off?
Well, yeah.
If I were you, you should text her and be like, hey, since you started your period, I'm just going to go ahead and work on Friday.
How dare you work on Earth Day? Yeah, I want to hear that.
That wouldn't be the right move.
Well, I didn't know you were going to be a stuck pig.
Yeah.
You see, kids?
Hell yeah. Man.
Oh, and that's going to turn her on big time when you talk to her like that.
Yeah.
Really, yeah.
Don't worry, you can come sleep on my couch.
Oh.
All right. Who wants to go see Los Lonely Boys? All right. How about you and a guest go see Los Lonely Boys? All you got to do is be caller number 5. If you are the 5th caller, you will go see Los Lonely Boys. You and a guest. That's this Sunday at the Aztec Theater de Azteca. That's 210-656-3776. Congrats in advance to caller number 5. And that'll probably get you laid, too.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That could be like, that's a good idea for Valentine's Day. Be like, babe,
I got us tickets.
It's not on Valentine's Day proper, but we're going to go out Sunday. And then you can avoid all the hassle of being out tomorrow. Who wants to be out tomorrow? Valentine's Day.
It's for amateurs.
It really is amateur hour. It's like St. Patty's Day. You can't go out and get drunk on Cinco de Mayo. If you go get drunk, if you go get wasted on Cinco de Mayo,
it's just so easy.
Yeah, man. Real dudes get drunk on May the 3rd. All right? Yeah. That's how you do it, baby.
Through the 5th.
Yeah. Well, you sober up on the 5th.
Yeah.
And then you look around at everyone while they're all wasted and be like, what's wrong with you guys? Rookies?
You gotta get ready if you stay ready.
All right, let's hit a break, and we'll wrap up our third hour when we return. Time's flying, Rob.
Yeah.
Time is a-flying. It's the Morning Huddle on 94.1.
You know, Connecticut water softeners have been around San Antonio for years and years and years. You know why? Because once you're a Connecticut customer, you never leave because it's the very best. Connecticut water softeners are designed and built in the United States. They've got the awards to prove all of the great things that people say about them. But more importantly, people that get them never change, and that's the best kind of advertisement you can offer. My parents have a Connecticut. I've had a Connecticut. My neighbors have a Connecticut. It just seems like something that's just part of being part of South Texas. And if you have not done that, now's the time. Connecticut's here to take care of you, and the best way they can do it is put one in your home. And for 90 days, you'll have one for free. If you'll call 656-PURE today, they'll come out and put the very best in your home, and you'll find out what all your neighbors know, that everything you want out of a water softener is there. It's going to take care of your pipes. It's going to take care of your dishes, your skin, your dogs, your cats, your ice, and all that other stuff in between. And they're going to carry on without any addition to your power bill. In fact, your power bill will go down because you don't even plug a Connecticut water softener in. It saves you on power, saves you on salt. I'm surprised you haven't already called. If you want to go ahead and do that call, 656-PURE is the number, 656-PURE. Call Connecticut today. They'll come out and bring it to you. They'll take your water softener. They'll even pay up $400 for that if you decide to go ahead and trade it in. They've got great financing available to you and a little Pete loan, a little something. If you go ahead and take advantage of the deal right now, they're going to give you, I said give, a reverse osmosis drinking station at your sink. You know, no more water bottles in your life. You've got everything you need right there at your disposal, right there at your sink. So go ahead and make that call to 656-PURE. You need more details? I know I would. Go to ConnecticutSA.com for everything you need. Listen close, there is no better water softener for this part of the world. It is a Connecticut. Call them today, and I know you're going to come on by and thank me later.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star Traffic from News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. We are working a few trouble spots. I-10 eastbound at Santa Clara, disabled vehicle right lane. On I-10 westbound as you approach Loop 410, that stall's taking up a right lane as well. Downtown, this ongoing road work, 35 upper level, southbound the connector to westbound I-10. That's causing about a 10, 12-minute delay. We do have the connector ramp reduced to one lane, so stop and go starting right around 35 lower upper level split. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does your taxes. Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song. Get your max tax refund guaranteed, and new customers get $100 to switch. Don't miss the boat. Book an appointment with experts today. Limited time offer for new clients, participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Calling all snack MVPs, it's time to huddle up with Southern Recipe Small Batch Pork Rinds, the low-carb, high-protein snack with a flavor-packed crunch. From sea salt and cracked black pepper to hot honey, sweet barbecue, and more, these bold bites are ready to tackle your crunch time cravings. Find your flavor playbook at H-E-B and make every bite count, because when it's crunch time, there's only one snack you need on your team: Southern Recipe Small Batch.
Working from home, you realize you don't have enough outlets or USB ports. Hill Electric can fix that for you. For over 3 decades, the family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio homes and businesses. From adding an outlet, fixing that fuse that always blows, or that flickering light, Hill Electric has the right service at the right price, and there is never a service charge and always free estimates. Call Hill Electric at 210-404-9074. That's 404-9074. Or go to hill-electric.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
George gets justice. At George Salinas Injury Lawyers, we are the ones you can trust. With over 100 years of combined experience, we are committed to helping people in our local community. Get George Salinas Injury Lawyers and put our experience to work for you and your case. Call George Salinas Injury Lawyers today at 210-225-0909 or visit getgeorge.com.
George gets justice. GetGeorge.com.
Pizza craving? We've got you covered at Round Table Pizza. We've been crafting pizzas with premium, high-quality ingredients for over 60 years. From our made-from-scratch dough to our savory toppings piled all the way to the edge. Find your nearest location or order delivery at roundtablepizza.com.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
All right, Morning Huddle, 94.1. Did you watch any of the college hoops last night?
I watched a little bit of Duke Cal.
Ooh, bloodletting.
Man, oh man. That's just a conference game. Just another night in the ACC.
Yep. Typical Berkeley to Durham travel.
Just a little bit of a roadie. That's all it was. Duke playing. And the strange thing about that game was it tipped late.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the previous game, and I guess they were trying to televise back to Oakland or San Jose. So it was like a 9 o'clock tip in North Carolina.
And then the other games, the game that I watched pretty much start to finish was St. John's and Villanova.
Ooh, yeah.
Villanova got a good win, 73-71, broke a 10-game win streak for St. John's.
I should have watched that game.
That was a pretty solid game. I don't think Villanova's very good. They have one guy, and it's like
I know exactly who you're talking about.
If you can stop their guy, they don't have a lot of path to scoring. And Eric Dixon is, I think he's the leading scorer in the country. But and St. John's has enough bodies that just stop that guy. And they, for some reason, he hits back-to-back threes that just bury him at the end of that game. It's like, how do you let that guy beat you? Of all the guys on the floor, how do you let that guy beat you?
Sometimes the best guy is just that good.
And they had a chance. They got the ball back with like 4 or 5 seconds left. I was like, oh, go down, drive, and they were down 2, drive, and maybe you get a foul, maybe not. But at least you're sending it to overtime. No, they set up a 3-point shot and, of course, missed it.
Quad 1 win. They needed it.
That was their first quad 1 win. Villanova's first one of the year. Texas Tech got a win over Arizona State. Double overtime.
Tougher than it should have been.
111-106. JT Toppin, 41 points, 15 boards. He basically just dropped trow on old Arizona State and did it by himself.
It's him and Darian.
Damn it!
Tech is rounding into form. They look
Darian
like
Williams. Darian Williams.
That's
and Elijah Hawkins.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to play them in the tournament. I'll tell you that.
No, they're very good. Now that game was, like you said, tougher than it should have been. Arizona State came to fight, but you couldn't get the job done. Ole Miss. They get a 72-68 win at South Carolina. I said when we did the daily lines yesterday, I said, they're 3.5-point favorites. That's way short. It closed at -4.5, so Ole Miss took money, and then Ole Miss won by 4 points. They won by 4.
Oh.
So if you got the early number, you were good. If you got the late number, not so much. But this was a game. Like, this game was, I want to say it was like a 13, 14-point lead at halftime, and Ole Miss let them back in the game, and just, it barely get the win. Don't get the cover if you got a late number. And OU at Missouri. Oh, boy. Poor Oklahoma. Poor Boomer. 82-58. They come up short against against Missouri. So, rough one. Rough patch for Oklahoma. Oklahoma and Texas not adapting to SEC life on the hardwood anyway.
Well, you think it's bad now. Wait till Jeremiah Fears leaves.
Exactly.
They're about to lose the only thing that's even keeping them close.
And Trey Johnson for Texas. Yeah. They're both in rough shape when that happened. Although, I mean, Texas they're going to find more bodies. I still think they got to get a new coach. I mean, I know you like the guy.
It appears that the depth of the SEC probably is a little bit more than Coach Terry was ready for. I will admit that maybe it was ahead of the game. But and it's not about – it's a team with a lot of good talent that just doesn't play very well together.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say about it.
And it's hard for me to imagine that Chris Beard wouldn't have them playing better together.
You'd assume, Trey Johnson's a hell of a player. There's a couple NBA guys on this team. They just don't bring it together all the time.
Yep.
And that falls on coaching sometimes.
So there you go. A big night last night. Only 2 top 25 teams in action tonight. Maryland's at Corn. They go to Nebraska. Nebraska, a 1.5-point home favorite over Maryland.
I like Maryland in this one.
Do you?
On the road, yes.
Nebraska had stunk early on, but now they've won. Let's see, they've won 4 straight, including wins over Illinois and at Oregon.
Well, the Illinois one didn't have Jessikozits, whatever his name is.
You just call him KJ.
KJ. Maryland's a very athletic team.
They are, and they've got good bigs.
I think they can run by them.
Nebraska lost at Maryland earlier this season, 69-66. So close game.
Closer than I would have thought. I just like Maryland. I think they're on the uptick.
Okay, and then the other game in the top 25 is Memphis. They're 7.5-point favorites at South Florida. Memphis doesn't really blow out anybody. 7.5. I'd like a little bit more with South Florida because I don't think much of them either. But anytime Memphis is a big favorite, particularly a road favorite, I'm not interested. But there you go. Again, I'll be watching hockey tonight anyway. I'm not wasting my time with these.
Because America.
Yeah, USA. The Kings, who are without now De'Aaron Fox, the Sacramento Kings, they went out and got themselves a new point guard. Markelle Fultz. Been a while since we heard that name. Apparently had interest from multiple teams over the last couple months. Narrowed it down to a couple finalists before he reached it. He was just a free agent. He's healthy and ready to play, apparently. He spent the last 5.5 seasons with the Magic, was the starting point guard in 2 of those years, and had his best year in 2023, averaged 13.9 points, 6 assists, 4 rebounds in 30 minutes. And then last season just really beat up. Wasn't on a roster this year. I'm surprised he wasn't on a roster this year. I didn't know guys like that were just laying around. I think that's a good guy to just pick up off the scrap heap. If he can stay healthy, you got a decent rotation player.
Probably. I mean, I don't know where. I don't know at what point you're going to put him in, but that's a get for a team that feels like the playoffs are imminent. But he's behind DeRozan and Monk and Levine, and there's another one they just got. So there's a rotation there. I feel poor Markelle Fultz, no matter how good his NBA career has been, and he is a lifer. This guy's going to get an NBA pension, and he's made $60 million in the league, probably more than that.
Yeah.
Will forever be remembered as the number 1 overall pick who got the yips.
Yeah.
The guy who couldn't shoot or forgot how to shoot.
Yep.
And that whenever you hear Markelle Fultz, for anybody in the basketball world, you go, oh, that poor bastard forgot how to play after he got drafted, and he worked his way back and turned himself into a pro. But for 3 years, he was a joke.
He was part of the process.
It was a joke. I mean, this poor kid forgot how to shoot, got the yips.
Also, he shouldn't have been the first pick.
No, that was woeful, but that's not his fault.
No, you're right. But that was one of those picks that they were like looking at the tools and what they projected he could be. 6'4" point guard. They liked it, but it's like, dude, that's not that guy. Nothing he did. I mean, he was a good player in college, but there wasn't enough of a resume there for him to be the number one.
Absolutely. And, we're still talking about him, 12 years later?
The guys who went after him, Lonzo Ball, Jason Tatum, De'Aaron Fox, all those guys, like Donovan Mitchell, Bam Adebayo was in that draft. Like, all these guys you could have had, and you took Markelle Fultz. I didn't get it then. I don't get it now. I don't know that I was like, because I know I wasn't crazy about Lonzo Ball either. That was probably a year I would have taken Jason Tatum number one, even though I typically don't like guys from Duke.
That was the brilliant move by Ainge, trading down and still getting him.
Yeah. That's the wildest part, because that they did. Philly traded up to get that pick, and they wanted Markelle Fultz, and somehow the Celtics still got the best player.
Our first round, our number one overall pick, he seems to have forgotten how to shoot.
Yeah.
Like, literally, he's got some kind of mental block.
Maybe we should have taken one of those other guys.
He needed cerebral. What he needed.
It's possible. Maybe could have helped him. And then Dalton Knecht, who
where does he play?
He plays for the LA Lakers again.
Oh, okay.
How do you manage that? Like,
you put on your uniform and go back to work.
I get it. Like,
like they obviously don't want you, so keep your head down.
It's such a weird thing.
They wouldn't take me. I don't know.
They talked about how Rob Pelinka called Dalton Knecht into his office, and he was like, "Hey, man, just wanted to let you know we traded you and Cam Reddish to," and he's like, "Oh no, I'm traded from the Lakers. Wonder where I'm going. We've traded you to Charlotte." What? Okay. So he goes to Charlotte, and then he flies from LA to Charlotte on Thursday, and then he flew from Charlotte to Detroit on Saturday, and was supposed to have his first game against the Pistons on Sunday.
Meanwhile,
so he's in Detroit on Saturday, and Rob Pelinka calls him again. "Hey Dalton, how you doing, buddy? You're coming back. The trade's not going to happen, so you're back on the Lakers. Come on back, bub. You're in." And Dalton's like, I just want to go hoop. He's saying the right things. He said, "I told that to JJ and Rob. I get it's a business, so at the end of the day, I told him, let's just go play basketball." But there is no way that a young kid like that, and remember, Dalton Knecht's not some 5-year senior. He was a youngster, a baby who got drafted. Is going to be like, "Oh, yeah, you guys still want me? For sure. I'm excited to be here with."
You know what I'd do is I'd ask for a different number. That old Dalton Knecht, he's gone.
I mean,
now you're going to have to give me a new number.
Yeah, he said he had no idea that the league could step in and rescind the trade. He had no idea.
This whole thing is weird, and it's falling. What's his name? Mark Williams doesn't want to go back to Charlotte. He's like, I don't want to go back.
Yeah,
past
dude,
the physical.
I'm
what do I got to do?
I swear, I'm not hurt.
I swear to God, I'm getting better. Don't send me back to Carolina.
And then he said, now that once he got back in the game, once he got back into the fold, he said, we talked about it and we're done talking about the trade. I thought his spirit was good. This is J.J. Redick. He played well. We're not going to talk about it anymore. We've talked about it. He's in a good spot. We're good.
Yeah, he's employed. With the Spurs, it was years back. Brent Barry was asked he left the plane, and then it fell apart between on the plane on the tarmac. Oh, never mind. Come on back. So you want me today? Well, I didn't earlier, but now you're ours.
Did you see that the end of the Raptors-Cavs game last night? Which, listen, we've talked about this a lot on the show. There's teams out there who just aren't efforting to win.
Yeah, they're done.
Toronto's one of those teams who's not efforting to win. And if you don't have enough pride to go out there and try to win, you don't deserve to be treated like you've got pride.
Teams tank, players play. You play as hard as you can. You got to put film up, but teams tank.
So Tristan Thompson, with 4 seconds left in the fourth quarter, threw down a two-hand dunk to cap off a 131-108 victory. Pretty unnecessary.
Well, how many times did Tristan get a chance to dunk? He's 75 years old.
Scotty Barnes and Jamal Shedd
took exception.
Which I wouldn't want to fight Jamal Shedd.
That's Fourth Ward tough.
That's a tough dude. But they confronted him after the buzzer. They didn't like it. And the coach, Darko Rajakovic.
I've heard him bitch about stuff like this before.
He said, I think what Tristan did there was no class and disrespectful. I'm not going to stand for that for sure. I love when my team stands up for themselves. That was no class.
The ultimate defense to that is play better.
That's the thing. Like,
stop them.
Yeah, if you don't like it, then maybe, don't be down 23 points.
Play better. Don't leave him open to dunk like that, and he won't dunk like that.
Shedd said what he did at the end of the game was just a little bit disrespectful to the game of basketball, not just us. We had a couple of choice words. We're adults. We'll move on from it. But,
yep, here we are. What's the date? February the 12th, where Toronto had given up the ghost.
Yeah.
At that moment, when Tristan Thompson turned to dunk all alone, the Raptors season was done.
The win was the Cavs' 44th win of the season, the most in the league, and the Cavs' most before the All-Star break in franchise history. So they were kind of doing what the Celtics were doing.
Affront to basketball.
They were clowning last night.
Mr. Naismith is spinning in his grave.
Well, Mr. Naismith is spinning in his grave because you lost by 23 points at home. That's what you get.
That was classless for them to run it up. Let's just score.
Give a little bit of effort.
Dare them.
Well, that's kind of the whole goal of the game is to, like you said, players are trying to put up film. At the end of the day, that's 2 more points out of the Tristan Thompson stat line.
Yeah, get mad at the dude that should have been guarding him. Don't get mad at the dude that scored.
Well, they're all standing around with their hands on their hips. They think everybody's just dribbling it out. I don't feel bad about it. Hey, man.
Funny.
That's again, if you don't have enough pride to put some effort out there, I ain't going to feel bad for you when someone disrespects you.
Especially when you're bitching in the locker room after your loss. They were mean to us. Did you see that?
Not only mean to us, they were mean to the game of basketball. Yeah. All right. 1 hour to go. Morning Huddle 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
On your ride to work, it's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. KTFM Floresville.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's knows that free is just better. That's why My Lowe's Rewards is free to join and lets you unlock member-only deals, earn points towards My Lowe's money, and more. Join for free today. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms, subject to change.
With basketball season in full swing, make watching the game a little bit more exciting with your chance to win money with Underdog, one of the leading sports apps, and you can play in Texas. You could win up to 1,000 times your money with Underdog, playing the pick'em game where you pick higher or lower on predicted stats. You can play with as little as $1, and if you get everything right on your pick'em entry, you could win up to 1,000 times your money. Yep, turn $1 into 1,000 with your hoops knowledge. Download the Underdog app and sign up using my promo code STAR to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Must be 18 plus, 19 plus in Alabama and Nebraska, 19 plus in Colorado for some games, 21 plus in Arizona and Massachusetts, and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Attention lovebirds. Valentine's Day is almost here, and Diamonds Direct has the gifts to wow your special someone. From dazzling diamonds and trending gold to vibrant gemstones, pearls, even timepieces. With hundreds of stunning styles under $1,000 and an exquisite collection of one-of-a-kind luxury pieces. Make your moment unforgettable. The best selection, value, and service are waiting for you. Make this Valentine's unforgettable with fine jewelry for every budget. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Trump said no more censorship and immediately called the big boss at iHeart. I said, hey, I want to be the first one to drop an F-bomb on FCC radio.
Right.
And he wrote back, you already have. And he's like, we've got a document of it. But I said, I want to be the first one to do it, Legally.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
The John Clay Wolf Show.
Catch the John Clay Wolf Show Saturdays from 9 a.m. to noon right here on San Antonio Sports Star.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
The county just requested more electric charging stations.
Orders have really amped up at Able Electric.
We need 3 more at First in Maine, and we just got another hotel chain.
It's no shock. Able Electric needs able electricians.
Grocery store wants charging stations too.
And fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If winter weather means you're spending more time indoors, why not make your space more inviting? Well, Macy's is here for you. Our President's Day sale is going on right now with big savings on what you need to refresh your entire home. 20 to 60% off. Up to 60% off new furniture, up to 60% off a new mattress, and up to 60% off a new comforter for that mattress. Whether your style is rustic, classic, or modern, come into Macy's today and back to a house that feels more like home. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
April breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be... Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star traffic from News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. We are working a few trouble spots. I-10 eastbound at Santa Clara, disabled vehicle right lane. On I-10 westbound as you approach Loop 410, that stall's taking up a right lane as well. Downtown, this ongoing road work, 35 upper level, southbound the connector to westbound I-10. That's causing about a 10, 12-minute delay. We do have the connector ramp reduced to one lane, so stop and go starting right around 35 lower upper level split. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
San Antonio Sports Center.
The San Antonio Spurs fell hard last night, 116-103 to the defending world champ Boston Celtics. In the Spurs' final game before the All-Star break, De'Aaron Fox led the way with 23 points, while Steph Castle had 20 in the loss. In college football news, the Ohio State Buckeyes are finalizing a deal to hire former Patriots defensive coordinator and Detroit Lions head coach Matt Patricia as the school's defensive coordinator. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
From the studios of San Antonio Sports Star, reaching more sports fans than any station in South Texas. Welcome to the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson. This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
The final hour. I wanted to ask you, Rob, I want to talk a little NFL for a minute, if that's all right with you.
All right.
I don't like to move on very quickly from the NFL. I hold on for one more day. In the words of the sweet, sweet angel.
Could never be any better.
Do you think that what we saw in the Super Bowl signals the end of the Chiefs' run of dominance? Or do you think, if I said Chiefs over under half a Super Bowl appearance in the next 3 years. What do you think?
No, it's not over.
They're going back?
Well, the odds tell me that, yes, they're going to go back. Are they going to be ever as good as they were? No, but you got Pat Mahomes, man. You're 80% there. You don't have to do that much more to be better than everybody else. So the odds tell me that they'll be back. I do think that they're in a worse position than say Tampa was, or not Tampa, but maybe most recently Tampa. You know, they got a stud, but they need to win on guile more than talent sometimes, and that's getting thinner. So I don't think they're as close as they were, but if you're going to ask me to bet whether they're going to go back to the Super Bowl one time in the next 3 years, I'm going to say yes.
Okay. Chiefs have 4 draft picks in the top 100, and that's going to be important because their salary cap situation's not great. They've got a long list of guys who are going to be free agents. Hearing Travis Kelce,
I think he's done. But
it sounds like he's done.
Well, let's talk to him in June when he still feels a little bit better. But no, I would, if I was a betting man, I'd say he'd be gone. And quite frankly, if I'm Kansas City, it's time for him to go. I mean, you're going to miss him but you need that money. We need to spend some money in other places. Right. And first and foremost, maybe one step in from where you normally play at left tackle, right tackle, center kind of stuff. So, yeah, that'll suck. But they are going to be the least talented good football team next year too.
And that just goes to show you how important quarterback is.
Yeah,
if you've got a special guy, then
like I said, you're 80% there. But I will agree that it's gonna be tough. But it ain't gonna be as tough as if you didn't have Pat Mahomes.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what they do this offseason.
What would be the best thing that they could do that would tell you this is the right thing to do to get yourself back?
I don't know. Because they're limited in what their options are. We talk about how you spend your draft capital.
Question. It's not a good question. The better thing would be, do you do like the Spurs did and just run it back? Just the same. I want Travis Kelce back, even if he's lesser. But that pain of loss will be the fire that brings it back. Do you let's, for the sake of continuity, let's keep the dudes that know how to do it, and let's go one more round. Do you do that? Or
I fully believe that the Chiefs need to. They don't need to overhaul, but they need to seriously supplement. Like, if you think going in with what they had this year was good enough, I don't believe it. They won a lot of games this year. Analytically, they should not have won nearly as many as they did. And typically, it's going to pan out that way. Like like some years you're going to win more games than you're supposed to. Some years you're going to lose more than you're supposed to. This year they won several more games than they were supposed to. I think they probably understand they need to be better, particularly if getting to the Super Bowl is the goal. I guess that you always got a shot. But they see now to win the Super Bowl is going to be a different level. No, I think they need to overhaul some parts. And I think there needs to be some guys. And it's funny because they don't have a lot of
it's not stars. It's not like if you don't have him, it's not going to work to me, you know?
Yeah, but there are guys that – I guess the biggest one is Kelce. If you move on from him, does it suck?
Yeah.
It hurts. He's still their best weapon, but for your long term, is it a bad thing? I would say probably not. You've got a bunch of free agents. Almost all your wide receivers are free agents. Marquise Brown's a free agent. Mecole Hardman, DeAndre Hopkins, Juju, they're all free agents.
The good news
Xavier Worthy is.
Other than Worthy, there's a lot of dudes look just like those dudes who can do the same thing as those dudes. So they can pass on. I don't care. If they just spend, let's just take the Kelce money and just go buy another lineman. Just if you will spend only on your offensive line, that's probably all you need to do. Just protect the most valuable asset in the NFL, if not all of sports right now. Yeah. Just protect him. Find a way to let him go do stuff. I think you don't have to spend that much money. You don't have to go get a Saquon. You don't have to go find a Worthy or sign a Kareem or something. You just got to make sure that your quarterback is safe, and he'll do everything else. And that's my attitude today.
Yeah. The downside is you're picking 31st.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to draft what you're chasing.
The most important, I would say the most important free agent that they have is Nick Bolton, their linebacker who's been, I think he's been a starter since day one in the league. He's a valuable guy for them. I think Charles Omenihu's a pretty good guy for them.
So would you sacrifice defensively to augment the offensive line, or do you feel like that defense, you're going to have to in that AFC? You're going to have guys that can cover and tackle.
Well, here's what I think. I think that I don't want to sacrifice defense because defense is what's kind of kept you afloat while your offense has been underachieving. What I do think is losing these name guys, the DeAndre Hopkins and Marquise Browns, that they were big names that didn't bring big production. Yeah. You replace those with cheaper guys and use the money that you're going to save from having big name wide receivers, use that on offensive line help. I don't want to let anything go from that defense. That's kept you afloat in times where you probably should have fallen off.
So I can't just rely on my defensive coordinator making do like he has. I mean, Chris Jones can't do it alone, and neither. What's this? The linebacker you just mentioned,
Nick Bolton. Those two were the anchors. Yeah, they've got to find a way to keep him. You can't. Again, because your defense isn't all that highly paid. Like Karlaftis is the other guy that's a impact guy for them. Your defense isn't all that highly paid outside of Chris Jones. It's just you're in that situation now where your quarterback makes a ton of money and he's a big cap hit, and you've got to find a way to be smart. And I think the days of the Chiefs moving up in the drafts to get the guy that they like a little bit more, those days are probably done.
They can't afford to.
Because you need volume of guys now. And so last year when they went up and got Xavier Worthy, clearly it was right. Xavier Worthy's a good fit for that team. It looks like I don't know if he's a number one receiver in real life.
He's going to have to be.
But I think this year he's going to have to be. And I think eventually they're going to he'll ideally be a number two receiver for when they're how they want to be. But I think that the days of like saying, oh, well, we like him a little better than this guy, so we're going to trade some draft capital, go get him. Now all those draft picks are very important to you because now the cap hit on Mahomes is so onerous. And I hate even saying that because he's Patrick Mahomes. Like if he took up 90% of your cap, you'd find a way to figure it out.
That's why because you're 90% there with him. So you just got to find the right dudes that stay healthy. Because you're finding old dudes and perform when they're asked to perform. They've done it for the last 5 years. I have no reason to think that they can't. They just got to find more dudes than they've ever had to find that can live up to that kind of question. And you got to do it under the cap. And the secret has always been with the prolonged success is finding those veterans that are at the end but still capable of doing one or two things really, really well, and only asking them to do that. And Reed is an expert at that. And so at wide receiver, there are so many wide receivers that are like 27 years old, that are at the end of their career, that understand what it's like to play with a quarterback, that understand what it takes to play with a quarterback like Mahomes, that I don't think they're going to have a problem finding that. But protecting him is, to me, primary. I almost feel like I would let a linebacker go or a cornerback go to pay a left guard, just to make sure no matter what, my quarterback's standing tall, healthy as possible, and able to throw darts.
The other day we read that mock draft, the latest mock draft from NFL.com, and the Chiefs, they traded out of their pick, and we were like, well, how can they project a trade? They traded with the Jets, and the Jets took Jackson Dart at 31. Now that I think about it, now that we're talking about it, that's probably like a good idea.
Trade down?
Yeah, if you can grab a couple extra, or you can grab an extra second rounder and oftentimes you can get a future first rounder. You trade away a first rounder, and your future first rounder is going to be better than the one you had.
But for a team like that to trade down, you have got to be so focused on the future, because normally there's a very shiny toy looking at you to trade down. You're looking at something that right now would legitimately help you, and to pass that up on a team that really does have a ticking clock, to trade down for a couple of lessers or a couple of guys that might not be ready in time. That's a bold move for teams to make. And I think Kansas City's still in a situation where they can afford to do it, but they're running out of time.
But it's also, you're talking about the players you're looking for to help you. Because what the Chiefs really need is defensive line and offensive line. And they're probably gonna need some pass catchers. But again, I don't think you need to go for an elite guy. The shiny toys are the guys. They're not interior linemen.
No,
they're not defensive tackles or defensive ends. The shiny toys are wide receivers and quarterbacks and corners.
But, I can't help but look back when I have to apply everything to my Cowboys perspective. And when CeeDee Lamb hit, and he fell to the Cowboys, and the Cowboys didn't need a wide receiver. I mean, there was so many other things. There was some talk about trading out of it and going down, but then here comes CeeDee Lamb sliding down the draft pool, and it got to him, and they got to a situation where they couldn't say no. How are we going to pass this up? It doesn't match our plan at all. And I don't know in the long run how much they might have either benefited or been negative, because they did get a stud. But normally when you're trading down, there's somebody there that somebody wants that you might want too.
Yeah. And again, the Chiefs are in a situation where the last couple of years, it's felt like the Chiefs could draft whatever they felt like because they felt like a complete team. Now they've gotten to a point where it feels like, man, they've got a lot of needs. They need to figure some things out.
It's time for the general manager to make his money.
Yeah.
It's awfully easy to win with Pat Mahomes,
It
Travis
really
Kelce,
is.
and Andy
like,
Reid.
hey, you carry us, and that's cool. And listen, they found some guys. Like Isaiah Pacheco, I think, was better than anybody thought he was going to be.
They've rotated how many other running backs?
But you know what? Clyde Edwards-Helaire was a first-round pick, and
didn't work out.
He wasn't a first-round pick player.
Still make your money.
So, now they've got to figure out, hey, it's real easy to do this job when you've got Patrick Mahomes on a rookie deal. Those days are gone. Now you got to earn it. And that's what I'm interested to see how the Chiefs accomplish
and
it.
how their fans put up with this.
Yeah, although, I mean, listen, man, it's not like the Cowboys where you don't have built-up equity.
No, you're right.
The Chiefs had, like, if the Chiefs went 9-8 or 10-7, I mean, if the fans start bitching, it's like, dude, you're spoiled.
Well, the guy, Brett Veach, he's been here since the get-go. I mean, he has put this team together, so I'm not saying he can't do it, but now's the time to really go. You're going to have to earn your money because dollar value's doubled and your clock is ticking. The last 15 minutes are up.
And that's the key for all these guys that have quarterbacks now on their big deals. In Cincinnati, Joe Burrow has been surrounded by really, really good weapons his whole career. When T. Higgins leaves, now you got to figure it out. Because T. Higgins leaving is a direct correlation to Joe Burrow being a very handsomely paid quarterback, and deservedly so. Don't get me wrong. But when that happens, you're going to lose guys.
That's what GMs get fired. It always comes that way.
Lamar Jackson now is on a big contract. You got to find a way. You got to find a way to work around that. Josh Allen is another one. He's on a big contract now. You got to find a way to put guys around him in creative ways. Dak is on the biggest of them.
It hadn't worked well so far. They haven't been able to. The only pieces that they've put around Dak are the pieces that they drafted. I mean, they haven't been able to do anything other than that.
And even those are 50-50, it seems. So. I'm always curious to see once quarterbacks get paid, how do guys handle it? Like, because right now for the Texans, it's real easy to build a roster around C.J. Stroud because he don't cost anything. It's going to be real easy for a little while to build around Jaden Daniels because he doesn't cost anything. But once they do, that job gets a whole lot harder. The Chargers, oh my God, they could hardly have somehow they never have talent, and they're always over the cap. Now they got to figure out Justin Herbert's on his second deal. Now you got to figure out how to still find more talent. It's wild, but again, that's what the job is.
Charger GM.
No, he probably rotates.
It's by
that would
the
be
week.
my guess. Yeah, probably rotates. All right, let's hit a break. When we come back, we'll take a look at what's going on in the world outside of sports. It is the Morning Huddle on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
94.1 San Antonio Sports Star traffic from News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. Looks like a couple of new trouble spots. 35 southbound at Pine Street, east side. We've got a wreck. Looks like they quickly moved it off a main lane, now off to your right shoulder. And a stall at 151 eastbound Westover Hills, off to the shoulder. Definitely slowing down 35 southbound FM 1103 on down to 410. And this ongoing road work downtown causing delays on 35 upper level southbound, the connector to westbound I-10, and lower level southbound, Main to just past Cesar Chavez. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radio.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get 60% off. Free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off.
Something amazing is happening in workplaces everywhere. Devices are learning how people work and adapting to help them get more done. That's because CDW is modernizing experiences with Dell's intelligent portfolio of devices. Thanks to built-in security and AI capabilities, your teams can work smarter wherever they may be. Dell and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Dell Client.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Rock's Discount Vitamins and More wants to thank God and San Antonio for making Rock's the king of supplements. Are you losing weight, building muscle, or just getting healthy? Rock's has you covered. Weight loss and muscle building packages starting at just $75. Plus, get a free in-body scan in 15 seconds with the In-Body 270 analysis. Start tracking your results today. The pros at Rock's know their products, how they work, and what's best for your health and fitness goals. Call 210-342-7625 or visit rocksdiscountvitamins.com.
America's Diamond has never sold lab-grown diamonds, and we warned our clients, friends, and neighbors that wholesale prices would crash to almost nothing. 2-carat GVS2 lab-grown diamonds are currently being traded at wholesale for $264, but some jewelers are still selling them online for $3,000 to $4,000. Repeat, wholesale $264, retail $3,000 to $4,000. Some retailers are selling 1-carat lab-grown diamonds for under $300, and others are giving them away for free with purchase. Lab-grown diamonds are very easy to detect with gemological equipment. Tens of millions of carats are produced in huge factories in China and India, using a tremendous amount of subsidized electricity supplied by coal-burning power plants. America's Diamond has only offered traditional, real, natural earth-grown diamonds that are rare, extremely beautiful, and have had real value for centuries. See our television program tonight on ABC KSAT 12 at 12:35 a.m. or right now at americasdiamond.com.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and extensive bourbon category to top-shelf spirits and cocktails served over those beautiful icy balls. Local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails round out an adventurous drink menu that's second to none. And Twin Peaks hand-stretched flatbreads, oh, they're coming out hot. Close out your night with our favorite flatbreads. They're available during the late night hours, Sunday through Thursday for only $8. That's only from your favorite lodge, Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, and oh, those scenic views.
If you're tired of drinking the same old beer, good news for you, friends. Karbach Brewing has you covered. They've got something for everybody in their lineup. No matter what you like, they can improve on what you've been drinking. Whether it's a Hopadillo, a Love Street, or a Crawford Bock, they've got something for everybody. And Karbach has one of the leading IPAs in San Antonio, Hopadillo IPA, an iconic Texas IPA packed with the bitterness of hops from around the world that the hop monster craves. And one of Karbach's leading brands, the top seller in San Antonio, in fact, is the Love Street Blonde. It's a state of mind, a San Antonio state of mind. It's a Kolsch-style blonde, hopped delicately with floral German hops. This beer has the clean malt profile that you're looking for. And if you're used to drinking cerveza, they've got that as well. The Karbach Cerveza Especial is right for you. Like I said, something for everybody. And when you're in Houston, make sure you go check out the brewery, check out all the beers they have on tap. But while you're here in San Antonio, you want to try something new, why don't you try out a Karbach?
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If you miss the Blitz with Jason and Joe, then you miss this.
My daughter is having a
gender reveal.
With air quotes. You just went air quotes.
Dude.
What are you, Stephen Jones?
Well, yes. I told her, unless she's blowing that smoke out of her behind.
Whoa.
Dude, that's the best gender reveal I've ever seen.
You don't want to see that from your daughter?
I've heard it. Might as well be a little blue or pink smoke coming out of that thing.
Right home with the Blitz. Afternoons 2 to 6 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. You're locked on the Morning Huddle with AJ Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
It's showtime!
Oh, all righty. You want to have a controversial segment?
What do you mean?
I found a list of the Forbes magazine top 30 rock bands of all time.
According to Forbes.
Uh-huh.
That's a trusted source.
Yeah.
You ready for this?
All right, go ahead.
Number 30, Aerosmith.
Wow, that's far down. All right.
29, ZZ Top. 28, Tool.
No.
27, Oasis. 26, Kiss. That's way too high. Kiss isn't a real band.
They were a long time. Longevity.
It's not a real band. Stop it.
No, it's a longevity.
They're a boy band in makeup.
25, Radiohead. 24, Journey.
See, Radiohead is... It's like that. Remember when just last week?
Dude,
when we were in
Radiohead is
Vegas,
just U2 for my generation.
Radiohead is what's that? Fernet. Radiohead is Fernet.
Radiohead is U2 for my generation.
No. See, people don't look at. Everybody looks at Radiohead. Nobody likes Radiohead, but everybody says they were influenced by him. You know, nobody listened to all of Radiohead records unless you passed out halfway through the second song. But everybody says, "Oh man, I was influenced by him." Nobody says they were influenced by U2. You know, I expect. I know what they are, and no one said, "Oh, my guiding force has been the youth." No, it was it was for its time. But you'll see dudes like what's his name from the Strokes, or the was it Jack Black?
Oh, White Stripes.
White Stripes. Well, talk about Radiohead like it was a guiding force. Like, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead.
Journey 24, which
for one record. Okay.
All right. 23 Nirvana.
Yeah.
22 Cream.
Okay.
Rin says Radiohead one hit. That's far from true. Radiohead. I mean,
well,
Radiohead.
They've
got a huge catalog. They've got lots of songs. 22 Cream, who I love Cream.
Yeah.
21 Heart.
Yeah.
20 Guns N' Roses.
Yeah.
19 Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah.
I love Rage Against the Machine. 18 Rush.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Eye roll.
Yeah.
Rush.
Come on.
God.
They're the best.
No.
Yes, they are.
They're really good musicians.
No,
They only like to make. They're really good instrument players that only like to play crappy music. That's the thing about them. 17. This is absurd. Iron Maiden at 17.
What?
Really?
Ahead of Aerosmith?
Yeah.
It's like naming Spinal Tap to the top 30 of all time. Iron Maiden, really. Run to the hills. All right.
Number 16, U2. You're all right with this?
Yeah, that's about right.
Okay.
I'm surprised they made the top 20. As many haters as they have.
And Rin says everybody has lots of songs, but like Creep and Karma Police and High and Dry, like they've got a bunch of hit songs that were
Radiohead?
Yeah, Radiohead.
Again, everybody likes them. Nobody loves them. So sure.
No,
okay.
I don't love them either, but I get it. I respect what they've done. They're probably kind of like Rush. They're really good musicians.
They're one of those
it's
bands
just
that nobody puts in the top 10, but everybody lists them, so they make the list.
It's music I'm not really into, but I get it. They're good. Number 15, The Clash.
Yeah.
Number 14, The Doors.
Yeah.
I wasn't a Doors guy.
Oh, you
I
should
thought
be.
I actually thought the Doors were kind of like Kiss. I thought they were kind of a gag band. And then there's like people who are really into the Doors and think that's like really great music. And I'm like, oh, okay. All right, I guess. Number 13, this is too low on the list. The Who at number 13.
No, that's way too low.
Oh, yeah.
That's an absurdity. Number 12, Black Sabbath. Number 11, Fleetwood Mac. And here we are, the top 10.
All right.
Drum roll, please.
Hold on.
Number 10,
Grab one.
AC/DC. Number 9, the Mighty Met, Metallica.
Yeah.
Number 8, the Eagles.
Yeah.
Number 7.
Although they were a country band. Nobody told them.
That's true. Van Halen.
Which all of them? All
I
the
think
iterations?
it takes it all
Okay.
into account.
Okay.
Number 6, this is also offensively low. The Rolling Stones.
Oh, I thought they were 1. Okay, so we got Beatles coming. I would have put the Stones number 1, but
We're in the top 5 now.
So they didn't even make the top 5?
They didn't make the top 5.
Wow. Yeah, that's Forbes for you.
Yeah.
Number 5 is the Jimi Hendrix Experience.
No. Sorry.
Nope.
No.
You're out on that?
Well,
Not ahead of the Stones.
there's no. Jimmy was dead. The Stones have put out 40 albums since Jimmy died.
know.
Yeah, but those albums suck.
Not all of them. No.
Number 4,
1 and 5 have been good.
again, you can stop the drum roll. I don't need that. It's driving me crazy.
That's
now.
Neil Peart from the Rush playing.
Yeah, that is Rush doing the drum roll.
Yeah.
Number 4, this is another band, and I know it's cool to like this band.
Uh-huh.
It's probably a lot like Radiohead.
You're not going to say Coldplay. Please don't say Coldplay.
No, it's older.
Oh.
And don't get me wrong, I like this band. I just don't think of them as like this great, wonderful band that made this music that's irreplaceable. Pink Floyd is number 4. I like Pink Floyd.
I get it.
But Pink Floyd at the head of the Rolling Stones is
that's wrong.
That's an offense. It's an offense.
What number was that?
Number 4.
So we still haven't seen Queen.
Yeah.
Queen's hadn't been listed, which
gonna
might
say
be the number 1 band by this listing.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the Beatles yet, which might be the number 1. I'm still trying to figure out where the other one's at.
You'll know it as soon as I say it.
Like Bush.
Number 3 is Queen.
Okay.
Okay.
I love Fat Bottom Girls.
Yeah.
Queen's another band that I thought like some people think of as a gag band, but
No.
Oh, no. My era.
dude, they're incredible.
No, well, the thing about the Queen was, keep in mind, he might have been the first man that I ever saw that I knew was gay.
That was like he
Overtly,
didn't hide it.
And it was.
Other than Judas Priest?
Well,
No,
see,
he hit it.
We didn't know. We had no
He
idea
hit
that leather he was wearing was for an entirely different use later on.
Freddie Mercury wasn't trying to fool you. Like
No.
he's like,
Oyster?
So it was very
I'm wearing a
disconcerting.
tank top and have a twisty mustache.
Yeah, and
Like-
Mr. Johnson hanging down to your. I mean,
Yeah.
it was very disconcerting for a 6th grader. I was like, this is a whole different thing.
Yeah.
I will say Freddie Mercury is probably the greatest frontman in the history of music.
No doubt.
Like that dude is badass.
No doubt.
Yep.
Number 2 is the Beatles,
So,
and number 1,
what?
Led Zeppelin.
No,
I love
get
Zeppelin.
it. I get it. It's hard to argue. I get it. But if to not put the Beatles, and whether you are a Stones fan or a Doors fan or a Beatles, as the number 1 rock band of all time, the moment you tell me they're not, you have lost all credibility, because they are this. There was Elvis, and then there was the Beatles, and basically that's been it as far as where our lives have been for the last 50 years. Elvis started it, the Beatles changed it, and here we are. There hasn't been anything since then.
I would argue that like Michael Jackson was pretty impactful, and
not like this.
And Taylor Swift's been pretty impactful.
No, I didn't include the women. That's a whole other thing. But Madonna and Taylor Swift, they changed the dynamic. That's something else. But I'm talking about rock bands that changed, where we were one thing before them, and we looked at everything after them differently. And I argue that it hadn't happened since '65.
But here's the other thing. You can listen to a lot of early Beatles and go, is that really rock and roll?
I'm not a fan. I've always been a Stones guy. I always felt like,
like I love the
peace
Beatles,
and
don't
love
get
and
me
all
wrong.
that, but the Rolling Stones was rock and roll.
But yeah, I love the Stones. I love Zeppelin. I love the Beatles too. But a lot of the early Beatles is like kind of pop music.
Yeah, I get it, but I will give them every ounce of respect.
No doubt, I'm with you. But I think we can all agree that overrated on this list, U2, Iron Maiden, and Kiss. That's the.
Well, I mean, maybe U2 should have been 17.
Yeah, I mean, that's Iron Maiden spot number 7. Give me a break, Iron Maiden.
Forbes.
What are we doing, Forbes?
Ridiculous.
Iron Maiden.
What are we doing?
Ridiculous.
Where was Rat in this?
Yeah, where's Tesla?
Tesla should have been.
Where's Golden Earring?
Nothing.
Yeah, they didn't even make the list. Man, that's crazy.
They're a joke. Anyway. Become a parody of yourself.
Yeah, I always love those lists because it's like people are like, what? How can that be?
I do implore you to go listen to the Doors. I do implore you to go. Yeah. Ray Manzarek on the keyboards is magical for given the time that he was doing what he was doing. Go put a headset on. Listen to Riders in the Storm. Just listen to that. Right. It's unique. And too bad we lost him.
Captain America: Brave New World.
Red Hulk.
Hey, go ahead and take a look, Vic. I know you like to look at Rotten Tomatoes. Okay. Take a look at Captain America: Brave New World.
Please tell me it's good.
Tell me what it says.
Oh, I hope it's got good reviews.
Let's see. Yeah.
Because I like going to the movies.
Let's see. Tomato.
Brave New World.
All right. Let's see. Where is?
This is a Brave New World with a black Captain America.
Yes.
And a red Hulk. Everybody's changing colors in this movie.
Oh, I know what we can say.
53%.
53%.
Yeah. The movie's not any good.
So to be fresh on Rotten Tomatoes, you need 60%.
And that's barely.
They're not even close to that.
Yeah.
12 of the 35 Marvel MCU, I guess, the Marvel Comics Universe movies have above a 90% rating. Only 7 of them, 7 of the 35 are below 70%. This is now the third worst reviewed movie in the Marvel universe. So I mean that's wild. Does it change your does it keep you from not wanting to go watch it?
IMDb matters to me.
Okay.
I mean I pay attention to that. The Rotten Tomatoes, all of those I do pay attention. Now, this is one of those movies where sometimes you got to get rid of the. Well, I didn't really buy the fact that they were traveling through time. Well, dude, it's a Marvel movie. I can get past that crap. But if it's genuinely just bad acting and not a plausible, even though the plots are ridiculous anyway, but even that's not plausible, then no, I'm not going to go. I'll wait.
It is always tough to change a character, and I think this is going to be tough too. The problem is. The real problem with this being it may be a potential disaster movie for Marvel is Anthony Mackie is supposed to be
he's the new
Captain America. He's supposed to be like leading the Avengers. They've got 2 more Avengers movies in the works.
And he's going to be
where he's like the leader of the Avengers because Iron Man's dead. So now it's like it's Captain America's team. If this movie, if these, and I don't know, I haven't seen it, so I can't speak. I think he's a good actor. I can't speak to how good he is as Captain America, but when you think about the amount of money they put into those Avengers movies, they ain't gonna put that kind of money into it if they don't think this dude can carry the weight.
Yeah, right. Now he's there because Cap is dead, right? That's what happened.
No,
he didn't get vaporized.
No.
Oh, I see. That shows how much I know.
I don't think so. I think only Iron Man died.
So only Iron Man's gone?
I think Captain America retired.
So they're
his
trying
shield.
to pull a Bewitched on us. They're trying to trade out Darrens.
Yeah.
See, I'm going to notice if they had changed the first Darren and the second Darren was black, I'd have noticed.
So this happened to Anthony Mackie before. Have you ever seen Altered Carbon?
Oh, I think I started to see that.
Okay, so in Altered Carbon,
is this a movie?
No, it's a TV series.
Okay, no.
It's kind of sci-fi-ish.
Yeah,
it's not really my thing. I'm not surprised Vic likes it. It's nerdy.
Yeah.
But the first series, everyone was like, "This is the best sci-fi series that's come out in years." Everybody's all excited about it. And there's the dude who was playing the main character was this guy named Joel Kinnaman.
Yeah.
And then season 2 came up, and they replaced Joel Kinnaman with Anthony Mackie.
Same name. Just different character.
Yes.
Same character, just different
You're
guy
now the guy.
Yeah. So now you're supposed to.
And then everybody was like, well, this show sucks now.
Oh, I feel bad for Mackie.
I do too. And what's the guy's name? Is it Chris Evans or whatever that's been Captain America?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's obnoxiously handsome. He's a very likable guy. It was going to be hard to replace that guy
Why
anyway.
did they replace him? Did he quit? or they just got tired of it.
I'm guessing that they were just trying to freshen up the scene. I don't know. I guess you can't people get tired of seeing it.
No, I get it. I mean,
we've seen new Spider-Mans and all that too. It was time.
Yeah.
I think that's why Robert Downey Jr. got phased out too. Was that they needed to have some new blood.
I'm with it.
But I don't know how it's going to go over. But I did find it interesting that it's so poorly reviewed.
I don't think it'll affect ticket sales except for guys like me, and I was a periphery guy anyway. When they were putting this movie together, they go, well, how are we going to reach the 69-year-old suburban male? They didn't even consider
that
in this. So they're not counting on me to show up, but when they do it well, I do show up. But I think the core Marvel audience already has tickets, already got their popcorn. I know James Pledger's running around in his Captain America pajamas right now.
Has he already seen it?
If he hadn't, he'll see it the day it opens. He'll see it tonight.
Okay.
That's Pledge.
Tonight, I guess
He's
tonight's
Mr.
like
Iron
the
Man.
big release of it, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm very comfortable in the fact that Pledge is planned and will be there.
Okay.
He's the one who got me into the Marvel universe.
Okay.
So I think those guys, they're in. You got them.
Maybe. Do you think Pledger will give an honest review?
I think he'll be honest.
Does he gurgle the big Marvel dong and just say whatever they put out is awesome?
He's beyond fan. He's the kind of guy that reads fan fiction and says, would be the type. So no, he's a fan.
Okay.
And he'll tell you the truth of it.
Because there's some people, like the people who were Walking Dead fans, no one wants to admit that The Walking Dead sucked after about 2 or 3 seasons.
Right.
And it was really good TV, and then it's like, this sucks now. It's the same stuff. But the hardcore Walking Dead fans were like, no, you just don't get it.
It's an allegory.
You just don't get it. Like you don't follow along. Like
I get it.
You're a casual. And I'm like, yeah, I get it. It sucks.
I hung with it for way too long. I spent years wasting my time.
My wife too. I was like, my wife, she hates giving up on a show. Like
I gave up after season 2.
She still watches it. Has your wife ever watched Grey's Anatomy?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, there's like 100 seasons.
Yeah.
It's never ending.
It never ends.
And she's like, for the longest time, she made me watch it with her. And after about 4 seasons, I was like, babe, I hate this show.
They've cured this disease
I literally
already.
hate it. I said, the idea that this many crazy things can happen at this one hospital is absurd. And all these doctors keep dying. It's like, there would be an investigation. Like, this isn't real.
Foul afoot here.
And but she kept, I know she doesn't like it anymore, but she still watches it.
I hung on to Walking Dead till way too long. And then they said, we're coming back next year. And I'm like, well, I'm not. I'm out.
The other one, nobody wanted to talk about the last season of Game of Thrones because Game of Thrones was so beloved that if you said anything bad about it, people got mad, even though it was...
Wasn't there a petition?
It was easily worse than almost every other season that they made. It wasn't even close to the same quality, but people were like, "Oh, it's still brilliant."
No,
I bought
no.
For the end. We had a Game of Thrones party, and we spent probably $200 on like the sigils. We did and then it was over, and we're like, "Well, that sucked."
Yeah,
that was like yesterday. That was like Sunday Super Bowl. Like, oh well.
Dude,
all right then.
The day that when they had that episode that was like filmed completely in the dark.
Oh yeah,
with the red witch.
And people were like, I came on the air the next day. I was like, what the hell was that?
Everybody thought
like,
it was their
still
TV.
Great. And I was like, you should have just adjusted your television. I'm like, no, dude, this has been on for 6 seasons. Now you're telling me for one random episode I've got to adjust? How about film it the right way, dummies? You rushed it and it sucked.
Use the expensive camera.
All right. When we come back, we'll take a look at the daily lines. It's the Morning Huddle on 94.1.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
It was a good game.
It was a good game. It really was fun to watch.
But it's funny hearing JD's comments.
At some point, somebody pointed at another player, and that's a penalty.
He didn't flip him off. He didn't call his mother a name.
He knocked him 6 feet down the field and then pointed at him. That's taunting.
Football is gay. I'm just saying.
The John Clay Wolf Show.
Catch the John Clay Wolf Show Saturdays from 9 a.m. to noon right here on San Antonio Sports Star.
Are you facing divorce, a child custody battle, or a complex family dispute? AJ here for the Hicks Law Firm. Attorney John Hicks brings unique experience to the table. As a veteran and first responder, he knows the challenges, he knows the pressure, and he knows how to fight for what's yours. The Hicks Law Firm offers flat-free representation from beginning to end and payment plans so you can get representation now. Visit jhickslawfirm.com for a free consultation. That's jhickslawfirm.com, a local law firm with the national resources you need to win.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
At the Institute for Functional Health, we're dedicated to helping you live life fully. Playing with your kids, golfing, and feeling great without relying on pills. We're not about treating symptoms temporarily. We're about extending your health span, the years you live in good health. I'm Dr. Torres, and for over a decade, my team has transformed lives by tackling health issues at the root. Tired of medications without real answers? Take control of your health with us. Call 210-468-1891 for a free Discovery Day consultation or visit iffhealth.com. Improve your health span today.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jackson Hewitt makes taxes feel like a yacht rock song.
April breeze, give me my biggest tax refund, please. You, me, and a lifetime accuracy guarantee.
And now get $100 just to try Jackson Hewitt. Does your tax person do that?
Say goodbye to that no guarantee tax guy.
Ready to sail through tax season? Go to Jackson Hewitt and you'll be... Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
This is Jason Minix from The Blitz, and you're listening to 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hey! I've been skinny lad. Never knew no good from bad. Should I do Cher, Freddie Mercury?
Yeah. Cher Mercury.
Ha! Left alone with Big Fat Fanny. Such a naughty nanny. Made a bad boy out of me. Sing it, baby. Oh, man. What a singer, this Freddie.
Oh, yeah.
Who'd have thought this whole song was ironic?
I know. But I do love fat bottom girls too.
Yep.
That's a true story about me. Maybe not Freddie.
They make it go around.
I did. They do make the rockin' world go round, don't they? Mwah. Shout out to them.
Shout out to them.
All right, let's do what we always do to wrap up the show, friends, and take a look at the daily lines.
It's the Morning Huddle's look at the daily lines with AJ and Rob on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
You covered, yeah!
Big Fat Fanny. Such a naughty nanny. What do you think they did, Vic?
I don't know.
She was naughty.
What about, so there's her and then there's Black Betty. But that was a drug, right?
Bang, bang. Yeah, I think that's a drug.
That's crank, right?
All right. Arturo says the spinoff shows for The Walking Dead are good. Season 8 of Game of Thrones was a drop-off.
You lost me on the spinoff.
They made The Walking Dead go so long that I had no interest in a spinoff.
I don't care.
Oh yeah, because it's already done. Yeah.
If you finish weak, I don't watch your spinoffs.
Right.
Game of Thrones. You know why I watched the spinoff of Breaking Bad? Because Breaking Bad was awesome all the way to the end.
Oh yeah, it was.
And Better Call Saul is awesome all the way through.
Yeah.
Great. That's great television. That's how that's Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul are ahead of Walking Dead and even Game of Thrones on all-time lists because they never fell off.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you're supposed to do. Never fall off, man. Get out before it's too late. That's what The Wire did. They said, "Oh, things are we might be running out of stuff. Let's get out of here."
Good-looking corpse.
It held Deadwood. I don't think they did it on purpose. Deadwood made two incredible seasons of television. And we're like, We're out. We're out.
And that's it.
And now people are like, wow, what a great people. If you leave people wanting more. Mm-hmm. Nobody ever said, after the finale of, what was that? Sons of Anarchy. One of the worst television finales ever.
Yeah, that was stupid at the end.
The last thing I wanted to do was watch Mayans. It's like, dude, no, you lost me with that. Fly on, free bird.
Get out of here.
I never watched it.
Did you? The show or the finale?
I kept trying to get into it, or waiting to get into it, and then people started bitching about it, so I never started.
Yeah. It was a good show early, bad ending.
So once I knew the ending didn't pan out, I never started.
Look at the flowers, Gemma.
It was Gemma the whole
Gemma.
time. It was the Gemma the whole time.
That's one thing about almost all good TV shows have in common is there's a really bitchy woman at the core of all the problems of a television show.
And it's always her.
Like, how bad? Like, Skylar was the worst. Skylar White was the worst person. She was the least. She was the opposite of George Kittle's wife.
Right.
Who was it? Who was the? It was a kind of an aging star, right?
I forget her name, the actress's name. But it's like, dude, you got a husband with cancer. He's trying to take care of your handicapped kid, and you just treat him like trash all the time.
Yeah.
Of course, he's going to go out and be a drug dealer. Like, she's just the worst. And she's like, I'm going to call the cops on you. What?
Yeah, no.
Call the cops on your man? That was garbage. Behan and Sopranos did it right. Agreed. Lost. Never even watched it.
I never watched Lost.
Never watched Lost either.
The whole premise is absurd. The Mist.
The Others.
You talk about The Mist, I'm out on you, man. I don't want to watch. I don't like shows about mist. I don't like that.
It's too misty.
It's too misty.
Have you seen the movie The Mist?
I think I have seen that one.
That one had Adrian Barbeau.
Yeah. Right? Liv and Janice Soprano, the worst. Yeah. They're always bad. Gemma, the worst on Sons of Anarchy. They're just terrible people. What's that gal's name? Not Khaleesi, but the gal who got the shame walk in Game of Thrones. What's her name? The one that was banging her brother.
She was the queen.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Cersei. But
Cersei it was, yeah.
I don't remember her
terrible person. Terrible. All right. Sorry. I digress.
Well, her child was her nephew?
Yeah.
How do you define that?
Well,
son and nephew?
Yeah, it's a weird situation. Let's start with the Four Nations face-off tonight, Rob. Team USA.
I'm going to trust you on this.
USA minus 360. If they win by a goal and a half, that's minus 135. I tend to think that USA probably puts it on Finland. But, again, seeing Canada and Sweden last night gives me a little bit of pause, although I think Sweden was much better than Finland. Just the intensity of these games, it might lead to close games. I think the USA wins. I don't know that I'll lay a goal and a half, but I think it's going to be a fun game. In the National Basketball Association, Warriors catching 6 points in Houston.
The Warriors win last night? I think
the Warriors lost to the Mavs.
Lost.
They're doing
That's right.
They're doing
late.
The Texas road trip right now.
I'll tell you, I wouldn't. The thing with Golden State is, any night they got three dudes out there that can go. They might not win it, but the keep it close thing is what worries me with Golden State.
Yeah,
Steph. They lost last night, but Steph was on fire.
Yep.
I don't know.
The Rockets, by the way, are the only home favorites on the card today.
So they lost 6 straight, and now they've won 3 straight.
Yep. And now they're 6-point favorites over the Warriors.
They probably should be, but that's the team that did lose 6 straight games just last week.
All right, you guessed the line. Kings are at the Pelicans.
7.
Kings minus 8 at New Orleans. OKC at Minnesota.
Actually a pretty good game. You know, this is the last game before the break, so you wonder where everybody's going to be. But this game matters.
The Thunder didn't play Chet last night. I'm assuming because they're going to play him tonight. OKC's minus 7.5.
I think that's about right.
Miami at Dallas.
Well, Dallas and Kyrie, man, yeah, they win. They cover.
Miami's only minus 1.
Yeah, I think Dallas wins.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the Clippers are at the Jazz. What do you think that number is?
The Clippers and 9.
That's the exact number. Clippers minus 9 at the Jazz. So, yeah.
And they'll cover, by the way.
These teams, the only 2 teams that I think are in full don't care mode tonight are the Pelicans and the Jazz. That's going to be the only time I think I'm willing to bet road favorites in the NBA. So the Kings, you could convince me on the Kings -8. You could convince me on the Clippers -9, just because I don't think the Pelicans or Jazz care at all. And in fact, I kind of think they do the opposite of caring. They care about not winning.
Yes, that team that has played the Lakers twice, that team don't care.
Yeah. So did you figure out that gal's name? Skylar, who the actress was? What was her name? I hated her. Oh, I hated her so much.
She starred in movies back in the 80s,
and
right?
the sister-in-law was terrible, too. Ugh. Just gross people. The whole, I wouldn't.
Anna Gunn.
Anna Gunn, that's it.
Was Ellen Barkin in that?
I don't know who Ellen Barkin is. I don't think so.
Okay.
I know who Ellen Barkin is. She's the gal from.
Oh yeah, I've seen her before.
She was in a motorcycle movie, right? She was in another one.
I just know she's from Animal Kingdom.
That's the one I'm thinking of. Animal
okay,
Kingdom,
yeah. I don't know what else. Oh, she's in Ocean's 13.
Yeah, she's an actress from the 80s.
Yeah. She's looking pretty good though for her age.
She's 70.
She's holding up all right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she is.
Looks
go watch.
A lot better than your standard 70-year-old. I'll tell you that.
Go watch Sea of Love.
The college basketball tonight, I mentioned there's only 2 games in the top 25. The Memphis Tigers are 7.5-point favorites at South Florida, and Maryland is at Nebraska. It's corn. It's got the juice. Nebraska -1.5 at home.
I like Maryland on the road. Maryland. I like Maryland to cover this one.
Boy, that's hey. You bet Big Ten road teams.
That's not an easy one.
That's a big balls life, Bubba.
I'll agree.
It's a big balls life.
It was close in Maryland. We looked at their first matchup, but I saw them play over the weekend, and it was a team that can bounce, can move, and they have to be better than they were because they looked pretty good.
There's another game that I think is pretty good. Gonzaga's hosting San Francisco. Gonzaga's a 13.5-point favorite, but I like the over in this game. I think San Francisco doesn't really have an answer for Gonzaga's scoring, and San Francisco's going to score too. Totals 153.5, which is a high number, but I think they get there. One of the crazier schedule spots today, there's a WAC game that tips off at 4 o'clock Central Time.
So that's like noon for them.
So Cal Baptist is going to UT Arlington.
Does Edwin know about this?
I don't know. I don't know that Edwin was.
Is he going to drive up and cheer for his team?
He won't even make it by 4 o'clock at this rate. So,
is that a reschedule?
I don't know, but my thought is this: the total is 144.5. My thought is you got a West Coast team coming out to play it basically like lunchtime their time.
That's like
It feels like an under game. If this
Very
feels
much.
like we got to wake up and our whole routine's off.
It sounds like it shouldn't be a thing, but
I'd consider that because normally the only teams first of all, there's hardly ever weekday basketball games at 4 p.m. period. Usually the earliest games start at 5 o'clock, and those are like crappy East Coast games like Albany against UMass Lowell.
Are you looking at the game? Is this for TV? Did they do this? Why would you schedule a 4 o'clock game on Thursday?
I've got no idea. It's going to be on ESPN Plus, so it's not for TV.
Well, no, not even for TV.
No. So 144.5 is the total. I would lean under that total just because it doesn't. This doesn't happen very often, and I can only assume that these guys wake up and they're not at their full energy level.
The Mavericks with a businessman special.
There you go. Friends, it's been real.
It's been fun.
It ain't been real fun. We got one more show to go. Well, Rob and I do. Vic's going to take the day off tomorrow.
Yeah.
He's hoping for.
Hope it all goes well.
Hoping for something.
He's hoping for non-traditional win.
Yeah.
Since the traditional method seems to be off limits. We'll let you know how that went on Tuesday. It's the Morning Huddle 94.1. Joe and Jason coming up at 2.
You're listening to the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. KTFM Floresville.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hit a home run for happy hour and ask your Twin Peaks girl about local specials on drafts, cocktails, shots, and more.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Wow! Most cars and pickup trucks can have a ceramic film installed by the experts at Mother's Window Tint starting at just $199. That's an incredible price. If you shop around, you'll find that competitors charge hundreds of dollars more. Plus, it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Mother's Window Tint offers up to 60 different film options to fit all price ranges. Since 1984, Mother's Window Tint has been known as the home of the tint and alarm special. If you're looking to enhance your vehicle security to the highest level, visit Mother's Window Tint today, where security systems start at just $399. Call us at 210-496-3454. That's 210-496-3454. Or visit us online at motherswindowtint.com. And remember, do it at Mothers and save!
I'm at a smoothie bar, asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking to sculpt, tighten, or refresh? Dr. Connie Hires Plastic Surgery and Med Spa does it all. Awake lipo, tummy tucks, fat reduction, microneedling, and more.
Thinking about implants for your wife? Dr. Hires specializes in breast augmentation for women and reductions for both men and women. Get the results you want with expert care. Call 210-494-8446 or go to findyourbeautiful.com to start your transformation today. Use code word BLITZ for exclusive discounts.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
SportsCenter is brought to you by Buyers Barricades.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. The biggest MLB free agent remaining on the market has finally found a team. Alex Bregman is Boston-bound, agreed to a 3-year, $120 million contract with the Red Sox. The deal includes opt-outs and deferred money. Bregman's right-handed bat does have a track record of success at Fenway Park. He's expected to play at second base after primarily playing at third for the Astros since 2020. Boston already has star Rafael Devers at third. Padres filled a major need in their starting rotation, agreed with veteran right-hander Nick Pivetta, 4 years, $55 million. NBA, the Kings, searching for a point guard since the De'Aaron Fox trade, agreed to a deal with free agent and former #1 overall pick Markelle Fultz, Sacramento 9th in the West. The United States plays its first game in the NHL's Four Nations face-off tonight versus Finland, 8 Eastern, ESPN.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
with the microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard of Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
Let's go. We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates! Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN.
So for this past week, I haven't been driving in. I've been Ubering in. We're in a one-car household, and there's a baby, so try not to take the car if not absolutely necessary. And it's the first week of the show, so just worked out that way. This is what the thing to do was. Now, it should be understood that, I take a lot of Ubers. It's part of my life on a regular basis, whether I'm on the road covering something, whether I'm just in town. I don't love driving. I don't like driving at all. It's a long story. I almost died in a car accident when I was 20 years old, and ever since then, just not exactly my thing. It's weird. I live in LA. I know. We'll get to that later. But the point is that there's a lot of norms when I'm in a rideshare service that I kind of think about. It's like, well, certain variables are always there. And I'm not, in general in life, a complainer type of person. Pretty much every individual gets 5 stars, max tip, just because I am not trying to have my karma catch up to me and be the person that picks nits over silly stuff. It's just not how I live my life. But over the course of this week, I've noticed, because these are relatively early in the morning rides, and I thought about it today because I had to bring in other clothes because I'm going to be on TV later. And the car that I got in smelled delightful. Like, it was a genuinely nice scent that, whilst very obvious, wasn't onerous, nor was it the kind of thing that felt like it was seeping into, like, my clothes. Now, that's not always the case. And Devin, I wonder, where does smell fall into the this is a reasonable complaint realm for people riding in Ubers or Lyfts or whatever? You know what I'm saying? Like, because there's certain things where you're like, okay, this is just what this person does, or this is their scent that they had. Other times it's like, oh, it smells like smoke. That's fine. I mean, I get it. Maybe you don't want that. But I feel like it's a very weird gray area of like, is that really something that is a reasonable thing to complain about if it is to the point that it is bothering you? It wasn't bothering me today, but I thought about other times when it had as a result of how good it was today. You know what I'm saying, Devin? And I can't decide if I think that's a reasonable thing to have beef with if you're like rating a driver in a ride.
No, I absolutely do think that is a complaint, or not a complaint, because if you get in a car like you said today and it smells great, you're going to be reminded of all the times it didn't. Yeah. So, listen, in terms of like rating someone based off that, maybe that's not so fair. If you alter the Uber rating, because listen, if it smells really bad and it's like, over the top, but like I said, I think it is absolutely something to actually praise. Like, hey, did you say to the person, your car smells really nice?
I did, but I've thought of all the other times when I've gotten in and it smelled like dude had just hotboxed with the homies, or another time when it smelled like, I don't know, guy'd come from a bowling alley hanging out with Lebowski, heaters all over the shop. I mean, which, again, I don't judge the activity. That's not the point here. But the point is like, if I'm going to something where